Our first speaker today is Maria Tauzet. Her work will be, her presentation will be on When People Stays Awake, Minerva Sleeps, a narrative of sanctity and female power in 18th century Spain. Maria Tauzet is is a senior researcher at the University of Valencia's Institute for Women's Studies. She's working on a project on circulating gender in the global enlightenment. Her research interests cover Spanish Cultural Institute, religion, magic, demonic possession, and history of emotion. Her latest book is Accidentes del Alma, las emociones en la Edad Moderna, and Alegorías, Imagen y Discurso en la España Moderna, y Mary Poppins, Magia, Leyenda y Mito. Thank you.
Let's see if this works. Hello, does it work?
Yes.
Thank you. One of the richest sources of documentary evidence regarding women's personal lives are accounts of private confession. In theory, the sacrament of penance presupposed an implicit inequality between the sexes, given that priests were thought to be invested with divine power and female penitents expected to submit to their authority. However, confession also offered women an opportunity to express themselves and undergo spiritual growth. Some turned to their confessor not just in need of a confidant, but also in search of recognition of certain charismatic gifts, which in turn would give them a degree of autonomy and personal power. Do you see this well? Or would it be better to...
It's okay.
To have this better? Thank you. Most of what we know about the interaction between confessors and penitents comes from spiritual biographies. In the case of Spain, further information can be found in the records of inquisitorial trials brought between the 16th and 19th centuries for the crime of solicitation. Strictly speaking, solicitation is the offense committed by any priest who takes advantage of the intimate setting of the confessional to touch his parishioners inappropriately or make sexual demands on them. In a broader sense, it could also be understood as an indirect, insidious form of moral seduction. Whereas other crimes were made public for purposes of moral instruction, the abuse of the confessional on the part of many clerics was kept secret so as not to discredit the sacrament. An early exception to this rule can be found in Antonio Gavin's treatise A Master Key to Popery. Devoted to denouncing the practices of the Catholic Church as false and corrupt, it is divided into 5 parts, of which the first claims to be a revelation of the most scandalous facets of confession. At the very beginning of his treatise, he states, "I take it to be exceedingly criminal, and I do from my soul abhor it." Antonio Gavin, a figure almost unknown today, was a Catholic priest active in Zaragoza until he went into self-imposed exile in London, converting to Anglicanism in 1715. Some of the episodes he experienced firsthand provide exceptional documentary evidence in terms of gender studies. Of particular interest is his account of the lives of Francisca Guerrero and her confessor Miguel Navarro, based on an inquisitorial trial record of 1705. Gavin was driven by the desire to reveal and criticize what, from his point of view, were the superstitions, hypocrisy, and perversions of the Catholic religion. This compulsion reflects the fact that he had undergone an extreme conversion from a kind of childlike, credulous faith to a rational, inward, and austere religiosity. Gavin, however, clothes his enlightened perspective in sensationalist garb designed to cater to Protestant readers disposed to believe the worst of Catholics. Written in an ironic and mocking style, The story of the relationship between Francisca and her confessor is summed up by the writer in an expressive Latin phrase about the sleep of reason. Cuando Venus vigilat, Minerva dormit. When Venus stays awake, Minerva sleeps. Minerva, favorite goddess of the Enlightenment, was associated with reason, while the reference to Venus, goddess of love, is clearly meant to suggest that the relationship between the priest and parishioner was based on passion rather than piety. If we are looking for similarities, the story of Francisca and her confessor is reminiscent of one of the tales told in Boccaccio's Decameron. Beneath Gavin's gleefully anti-clerical tone, halfway between truth and fiction, there lies, however, a tragic reality. The facts can be summarized as follows. An ordinary woman, the wife of a tailor, had as his confessor a Dominican friar and doctor of divinity of great renown. The relationship between them became increasingly intimate. This is a Goya drawing. After a while, the priest moved into her home and began to spread the word of her supposed sanctity around town. That situation enabled them to improve not only their standard of living, but also their social and religious standing in the local community. However, 2 years later, Francisca was denounced to the Inquisition, accused of causing the death of a child, and both individuals brought to trial. Francisca died a few months later in prison, having given birth to a child, probably fathered by the priest. Meanwhile, he was exiled from his convent for a number of years, but then returned with full honors and eventually died at the age of 84. From the outset, the narrative shows no sympathy for Francisca, presenting her not as a victim but the villain of the drama. She is seen to have taken the initiative of seeking out a suitably eminent confessor, brought down by sheer ambition. We clearly need to read between the lines of this fascinating source and not to take Gavin's biased assumptions at face value. In his opinion, the only reason Francisca would have sought out a particularly illustrious priest as her confessor was a desire to climb the social ladder. She was not alone among women, however, in expressing a heartfelt desire to find a good confessor. This was noticeable not so much in monastic communities, but among lay women and with an intense spiritual life, because they were much more vulnerable to accusations of heresy, demonic possession, deception, and so on. Given these dangers, it was essential for them to have their beliefs and practices officially sanctioned by a reputable priest. As for Francisca, she certainly profited for a while from her renowned sanctity, as publicized by her confessor, but he equally benefited from his close association with her. We need to remember that in the early modern period, there was still a deep-rooted belief that however wise or devout a man might be, God would not, as a rule, communicate with him directly, but would do so through women who were less well educated but humbler creatures. Gavin thought that in this case the confessor must have promoted Francisca's piety either for self-interest or because he had been bewitched by her. Either way, the fame of the Blessed Guerrero, as Francisca became known, grew to such an extent that curious crowds gathered to see her, Goya again. And I quote, "She showed a great displeasure at these popular demonstrations of respect and resolved to keep close at home." The phenomenon of voluntary feminine seclusion is generally found in the late Middle Ages, when it began to become more popular in urban areas and to provoke suspicion among the clergy. By the 18th century, the number of recluses had considerably diminished, but there were still women who chose to shut themselves away with their confessor's approval. While most of those who opted to retire from society were spinsters or widows, there were also some married women who took refuge in their own homes to dedicate themselves entirely to their devotions. According to Gavin, overwhelmed by the people thronging to visit her, Francisca decided to confine herself to home and I quote, after a long consultation with the father, Navarro, they agreed that she should keep her room and that he would go to confess her and say Mass in her room. What is far more extraordinary from our modern perspective is the fact that the husband was forced to move out of his own home to support his wife's withdrawal, and that a year later her confessor himself took up residence there, taking on the role of her spiritual husband. Thereafter, his efforts to promote Francisca's sanctity became far more overt and directly aimed at attracting public attention. Her life in holy seclusion followed the traditional model. By convention, female recluses communicated with their visitors through small, often barred windows. And as Gavin tells his readers, and I quote, when the father was in the house, he began by degrees to give permission to the people now and then to see the Blessed through the glass of a little window, desiring them not to make a noise for fear of disturbing the Blessed in her exercise of devotion. She was in her own room, always upon her knees, when some people were to see her through the glass, which was in the wall between her room and that of the Reverend. End of quote. In Gavin's eyes, Francisca was entirely without scruples and was affecting sanctity only with a view to improving her social standing. He tells of her meetings with two most prestigious figures, the Archbishop and the Viceroy of Aragon, whose fame drew even greater crowds to her home, primarily the sick, who came in hopes to be healed by her side. She lived in this way for 2 years, until her reputation as a healer and miracle worker was turned against her. One day, her next-door neighbor, a surgeon's wife, brought her 10-month-old child to be blessed by Francisca. Francisca took the child and bid the mother leave him with her for a quarter of an hour. However, when she returned him to his mother, the Blessed told her that her child was to die the night following, for so God had revealed to her. The child did indeed die the next night. Because she had prophesied his death, because his father suspected she had poisoned him, and perhaps, who knows, because there had been previous disputes between the neighbors, Francisca was denounced to the Inquisition. According to Gavin, Francisca first bewitched her confessor and then poisoned a baby. There is some irony in the fact that one aspiring to sanctity should have ended up being accused of witchcraft. And yet, the dividing line between the two was as permeable as that between good and evil, especially when it came to women supposedly in possession of miraculous powers. It was unusual in early modern trials against false holiness that the accused was depicted as both saint and witch. Enlightenment thinking held that everything relating to the lives of the saints was entirely imaginary, not just the virtues and miracles ascribed to saints, but the whole paraphernalia of gesture and ritual, sacred objects, visions, prophecies, and so on. The truth is that holiness was in the eye of the beholder. Being saintly meant being perceived as such by others, and many women were only seen as holy for a brief moment before being denounced for pretense or simply forgotten. As for Francisca Guerrero, when her house was searched by the Inquisition, the priest's papers were seized, and among them was found a biography of the Blessed written by her confessor. According to this lengthy document, Francisca had been honored by various celestial visits. Not only had angels come to her room on several occasions, she had also been favored by the presence of all three aspects of the Holy Trinity. Christ, the divine spouse, had given her various instructions, including the advice to live apart from her husband. While the Holy Spirit, in the shape of a dove, had sat upon her head many times, and in a dream had overshadowed her. What is most remarkable here, however, is not a list of conventional marvels in itself, but Gavin's commentary on them. What folly, he exclaims, about her supposed journeys into purgatory, before concluding rather waspishly. The truth is that the Blessed was not overshadowed by the Spirit, but by her confessor, for she being at that time with child and delivered in the Inquisition, one article against the father was that he had his bed near her bed, and that he was the father of the new child or monster on earth. For Gavin, there could be only two possible reasons for such sinful behavior. Either the priest was blinded by lust, or the penitent was skilled in deception. His insistence on Francisca's duplicity reveals a starkly dichotomous, hierarchical, and gender vision of the world. On the one hand, there existed a rational and selfish form of religion. On the other, a superstitious and materialistic religiosity, which was almost always associated with women. The idea that many lay holy women were in fact guilty of consummate hypocrisy became so widely accepted in Spain that the term beata, which in theory means spiritually happy, became a synonym for a woman feigning a religiosity she did not really feel. This is Goya again. Furthermore, the image of beatas fluctuated between two extremes. Either they were the passive sexual victims of priests, or women who only felt sexual urges in the presence of members of the clergy. The use of adjectives such as prudish, fanatical, credulous, gossipy, hypocritical, or manipulative to describe such women shows the lack of esteem in which they were held. Women generally were thought to be essentially duplicitous, a belief based on the idea that given a lack of physical strength and social status, the only weapons they had in the battle for power were dishonesty and seduction. The accusation of false sanctity leveled against Francisca is just one of many such examples to be found in the records of inquisitorial trials brought against women in the Catholic world throughout the early modern period. If we look beyond Gavin's misogyny, there are various possible interpretations of Francisca's actions. Most probably she was neither the innocent victim of her confessor nor a professional impostor. The confessor-penitent relationship was often mutually beneficial. Priests gained renown by their association with the models of piety they were promoting, and women gained status by having their sanctity officially endorsed by the clergy. We need to remember that female religious authority was non-existent in a church ruled by men. A close bond with one of God's representatives on earth offered a woman a rare opportunity for personal advancement. It is significant that, as Gavin suggests, the priest's lengthy hagiography may have been written collaboratively or indeed at least in part by Francisca herself. Our knowledge of the true extent of women's behind-the-scenes influence in such situations is hindered by the ambiguity surrounding the ownership of the narrative voice in accounts of female sanctity. This area is now beginning to be investigated from a fresh perspective. As for Francisca's supposed duplicity, it is impossible to draw any definitive conclusions. Looking at her story from a purely rationalist viewpoint, we cannot help but be suspicious about her miracle-working ability. However, from a cultural or anthropological perspective, we know that miracles were part of the religious language, relating to both people's physical and psychological health. We shall never know whether Francisca truly believed she could help those who came to her, or whether she simply took advantage of the needy for self-interest. It could well be that in the same way as other beatas served their communities by doing charitable works, she provided many people with comfort through a combination of empathy and some knowledge of healing. What seems undeniable is that, at least for a while, she was in control of her own fate. In making her choice of confessor, she succeeded in rising above the life allotted to her and challenged the patriarchal conventions surrounding marriage and female submission. Sadly, however, her ephemeral moment of public sanctity did not end well. And I conclude. According to a letter dated March 2nd, 1706, while Francisca was in the inquisitorial prison, and I quote, for crimes of deceptive hypocrisy, she was visited by a doctor several times due to her uterine accidents. Nevertheless, 8 months into a sentence that kept being extended, she was found in her cell, and I quote, senseless and without a pulse, rigid and dead. Her fate contrasts starkly with that of her confessor. He was imprisoned, and I quote, for giving bad spiritual guidance to Francisca Guerrero, and 2 years later was still asking for more paper and books in order to prepare his defense. But, unlike Francisca, he managed to get out of jail, gain a reputation for wisdom, and enjoy a long life. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Mazal Oakmin. She will speak about Doña Reina Bendayan, rescuing the 1931 Constitution. Mazal Oakmin is a fellow of Higher Education Academy. She is a senior teaching fellow in Spanish language and literature at the UCL, where she is also a language coordinator. She is co-editor of Literatura Politica e Politica Literaria in España, The Disastre del Felipe VI. And her work has appeared in journals such as Especulo, Fahrenheit 452, Alba Magazine, Translator, and Arbus. Her research focuses on 4 main areas: contemporary Spanish literature, gender and identity, representation of minorities, teaching Spanish, and teaching Spanish as a second language. Her monograph, Writing Feminism and the Media in Spain, appeared in summer 2019.
Thank you very much for having me here, for accepting this paper, and for giving us the opportunity we have been waiting for to dive into the life of a truly fascinating woman who happens to be my friend Rebecca's great aunt. So I have to say sorry on behalf of Rebecca Bendayan, who can't be here because she is unwell. So after Franco's death in 1975, the Pacto de Moncloa, signed in 1977, came together with a Pact of Oblivion, Pacto de Silencio, that didn't let those defeated in the war to talk about what had happened. And in this sense, Olmedo notes that following the trauma of the Spanish Civil War and its long aftermath in the repressive regime of General Franco, memory became a site of ideological struggle. Memories of the Civil War were officially repressed, and cultural rights were suppressed and censored by the state apparatus. Repressed historical memory formed a vast corpus of oppositional counter-memories as forms of cultural resistance, particularly in literature, film, and popular song, many of them produced clandestinely or from exile. And in this sense, the acclaimed psychiatrist and author of Miedo en la Posguerra, The Fear in Post-War Spain, called González Duro, asserts that there is a stark contrast between the many novels and testimonies on the Civil War and the Franco era, and the relative shortage of novels and testimonies on the memory of Los Vencidos. This is what he said in 2003. And interestingly, on the very same year, Ortega Bargueño observed that there was a growing number of such testimonies. It said that hay muchos testimonios perdidos y la gran mayoría de los protagonistas desaparecerán en pocos años. Hay muchas historias de aquella época que empiezan a salir ahora. There's many of those stories that are beginning to see the light nowadays. These stories have done so through writings, novels, but also through films, and many of you will remember films from that period, very well-known films such as Pan's Labyrinth or El Espinacio del Diablo, The Devil's Backbone. However, while most of these novels that have considered the figure of the resistant, have done so by taking male characters, the fictional works that in recent times have rescued from oblivion the fatal episode of Las 13 Rosas have undoubtedly led to the growing recognition of the role played by women in the Spanish resistance. In this field, we need to highlight first Las 13 Rosas. There is the journalistic work by Carlos Fonseca, published in 2004. Then there is also a novel by Jesus Ferrero, published in 2004. There is also a film which was released in 2007. But out of these works, the first novel that died exhaustively in the memory of these women, the women who fought in the Civil War and also in post-war Spain, is of course La Voz Dormida, The Sleeping Voice, published by Dulce Chacón in 2002. And this was like the most pioneering work in this sense. We've seen other works since then. However, this silencing of the role of women in war, far from being an isolated event, stands in the general trend. And Linhart, in her book Fearless Women in the Mexican Revolution and the Spanish Civil War, asserts that we mainly find testimonial texts, biographies, autobiographies, and oral histories as the only texts that offer counter-narratives to the silencing of revolutionary women in more canonical forms of literature. And based on these testimonial texts, biographies, autobiographies, and oral histories, today we wanted to present the extraordinary life of Reina Bendayan. So until today, to our knowledge, there is only one book which has narrated her life, or at least episodes from her life, because we will see that there are many mysterious areas. And this book is titled Love, Tears and Salt, One Woman's Search for Truth, Love, and the Family She Never Knew. It was published in 2009. It was self-published on Amazon. There is no print copy. So reading on Amazon, this was my first experience, and it was a bit draining. I much prefer paper copies, but unfortunately this is the only way to read it these days. It was published in 2009 by Nadia Q. Davis. And who is Nadia Q. Davis? She is precisely the daughter of Reina Bendayan and of Alfonso Quintana. So Reina Bendayan gave birth to Nadia in 1936 in Casablanca, after escaping fascist Spain when she was 9 months pregnant. And Reina's husband and Nadia's father was Alfonso Quintana, a member of the PSOE, Spanish Socialist Party, and one of the authors of the Constitution of the Second Spanish Republic in 1931. So this is a very extensive book which has on Amazon. I noted that you are not given pages, you are given locations, so it has over 5,000 locations and spans over 30 chapters. These chapters, most of them focus, and actually the objective of the book is to tell people about Nadia's personal story. This is the synopsis that we can find on her website. Through an intimate historical lens, Nadia Davis reveals generations of rich family history and secrets in her memory and her memoir about surviving familial banishment, cultural prejudices, political exile, and civil injustices at the onset of the Spanish Civil War to the present. However, the chapters that focus on Reina Bendayan are chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Chapter 8, that's when Nadia and her father leave fascist Spain and Spanish Morocco, and they embark on a long voyage to Mexico, where they are received as refugees. So, from a personal point of view, I must confess that we have been growing up listening to different stories about what really happened to Reina. As I said, my friend is related to that family, and for us it was a great surprise when we read this book and we found that many of the stories do not coincide with what we believe to be true. So there are conflicting narratives here, and I am afraid that many of these secrets, both Alfonso Quintana, Reina Bendayan, took with them when they passed away. So why do I believe that Reina Bendayan's life is worth recuperating and rewriting? Because she truly was a remarkable woman. She was born in Larache in 1909, and now this is also a part of Spanish history that often we don't study in schools, but in 19... I don't want to get the date wrong, but I think in 1909 the Treaty of Fez was written, and it partitioned Morocco into a French colony and Spanish colony. And the part of the Spanish colony was a strip in northern Morocco, which included Tetuan, Ceuta, Melilla, and also Larache. Reina was born in Larache. She was a multilingual, very cosmopolitan woman. She spoke French, Arabic, Hebrew, and Spanish. And she defied family, cultural, and societal expectations by marrying Alfonso Quintana, who by then lived in Larache because he had been deployed by the Spanish army. So he lived in the Comandancia opposite Reina's family home. Reina was born in an Orthodox Jewish family, a Sephardic family, and she lost her father when she was young. She grew up with her mom, who was Leah Benazuli, a very strong matriarch, and she had 3 other sisters and 2 brothers. She was by far the most rebellious in her family, and we are talking about the early 20th century. We always heard stories that she used to wear trousers, she used to come and go as she pleased, and also when she one day saw this very attractive official who had arrived from Spain, who lived opposite her, she decided to pursue him. She became infatuated, and Fred's way to subvert these expectations was she was the one who pursued him and not the other way around. And she decided she wanted to marry him. Her family was horrified. His family was horrified as well, that she was gonna marry a Moroccan woman with a savage, a Jewess, no less. So she eloped with him on a night, and when she came back in the morning, she said, "Too late, I'm not a virgin anymore." This, according to Alfonso, was never true. Nothing happened on that fated night, but she subverted this expectation that was asked of her to say, "Now, you have no choice but to let me marry him." So they got married. She became very involved in politics, and she became a member of the Socialist Party. They moved back to Spain, and in Spain, Alfonso decided to try and establish himself as a lawyer while Reina, as a good traditional wife, would wait for him in Alfonso's parents' home in a village in Galicia. Reina said, no, you can stay with your mom if you like. I'm going to Madrid on my own, I'll find a good job and I will live independently, and that's what she did. 1 year later, Alfonso moved back to his parents and he found out that Reina was living by herself in Madrid. So then, in 1931, Alfonso was one of the authors of the 1931 Constitution. This was a very liberal and trailblazing constitution for Spain at the time. And I would like to quote what the Constitution established: freedom of speech, freedom of association, separation of church and state, and universal suffrage for women. It also stripped the Spanish nobility of judicial powers, which were now the province of the government, offered a degree of autonomy to the provinces, established the right to divorce, and established legal procedures for the nationalization of key public services such as railroads, utilities, and banks. It is the contention of Reina's family that she was instrumental in adding these changes to the constitution, especially those changes to do with the improvement of women's rights. Reina, as I mentioned earlier, she was a member of the Socialist Party and often attended sessions in parliament. It made me chuckle that in the book, Nadia complains and says that although members were supposed to attend, they were not supposed to take part in these debates. They could just be silent witnesses, and Nadia would often shout out her opinions, especially she contradicted her husband in public and discussed politics with him, which apparently was scandalous at the time. And in 1936, she became pregnant at the age of 31, which was quite late for that period. And it was decided by Alfonso and Reina that it was too dangerous to stay in Spain. So Alfonso decided to stay because he was a very well-known politician, so for him it would have been too risky to try and leave the country. So he would remain in hiding. In the meantime, Reina would travel to Morocco, because by then she was already 9 months pregnant, and she would stay with her family until it was safe enough for Alfonso to come and reunite with her. So from Galicia, and using all her wits, Reina traveled by taxi, by bus, by all sorts of transport, until she arrived in Algeciras. And in Algeciras, in the south of Spain, to get to Morocco, the only solution was to take a boat. So this part of the story is fascinating. She got to the harbor and she found a transport manned by the fascists. And with a huge smile on her face, she arrived there and she said she would like to meet the captain. And she said, hello, I am the wife of General Sanjurjo. General Sanjurjo, together with General Mola and General Franco, was one of the 3 leaders of the coup d'etat against the Second Republic. And she said, I am the wife of General Sanjurjo, and I would love to travel to Tangier to visit some friends. They said, of course. So they received her, and she spent the whole voyage sipping cold drinks, being treated like a queen until she safely arrived in Casablanca. And finally, she contacted her brother Judah, who is the member of her family we like knew the best. She was Rebecca's, my friend's grandfather, and she arrived in the morning. By 2 p.m. she gave birth to Nadia. Then, meanwhile, she lived in Casablanca for the next 2 years, and her husband was apprehended in France when he tried to leave Spain and put in a concentration camp. Reina had lots of key contacts in the political spheres of the Spanish Second Republic, but also in Morocco. And she never clarified how this was possible, but she was instrumental in her husband's release from Gauss concentration camp in France. Later in life, she started a second family with a musician in the court of King Mohammed V of Morocco, called Mohammed El Adil. She had 4 more children with him. One of them died as an infant. And she became very close friend with Mohammed V, to the extent that Mohammed V arranged for her to travel to Mecca, where apparently she converted to Islam. And he also bought her a house, and this is where she spent the rest of her life. Her family eventually left for Israel because when Mohammed II was crowned king, Jews didn't feel comfortable in Morocco anymore, and there an exodus ensued, but Reina always stayed there. And she adopted the new name Sadia Beladir El Yusufia. Rumor has it that she was also not only advisor and confidant to Mohammed V, but also that she was his lover, also that she was the lover of Negrin, and that she used to help him from Morocco. We will never know. What we know for sure is that this is a fascinating book, and Nadia mentions at the very onset of the memoir that she has been true to the facts as far as memory permits. Also that some sections have been written with the purpose of increasing drama. She apologizes for any omissions or mistakes, so this could be why what we've heard about Reina doesn't really coincide with some of the sections we read here. I wanted to show you, for example, Nadia, she avows that her mom wasn't educated and all she knew about politics is because of her father. However, I found this document, it's a BOE, Boletín Oficial del Estado Español, from 1921, and already we can see Dona Reina Ventayan is part of the Montepío Masónico Benéfico. This was a Masonic charitable organization to help the elderly and orphans. So Reina wasn't even 30 years old by then. She was very young, but she was already part. Before she had married Alfonso Quintana. When Nadia talks about her father, it is with great admiration. When she talks about her mother, she has some very, very harsh words for her. She says, should have been obvious by then, talking about a family problem, a family very strong argument between Reina and her mother. My mother was not an average young girl, that she had some sort of mental aberration. Nadia is very bitter because she always accuses her mother of abandonment. This is also a major contention in the story. The truth is that Alfonso, after learning that Reina had been unfaithful to him with Mohammed, decided to leave Spanish Morocco. So he took Nadia and they left for Mexico without Reina's permission. Reina tried to prevent this from happening many times. In the end, she couldn't, and she wasn't really abandoned. Reina's family said that it was Alfonso who kidnapped her. And I also wanted to show you finally that Alfonso Quintana, as the author of the 1931 Constitution, received a polvera. A polvera is like this piece of makeup, cosmetic powder, or powdered cosmetic, I think it's called, which the women used to wear under their clothes. And this is like an authentic constitution. It was a small book, round book, in a silver case, lined in purple silk. the authors' names were engraved on the side. Nadia Davis got one, and she donated it to the Library of Congress in Madrid in 2005. She also donated many of the documents written by Alfonso Quintana and many of the speeches that have been recorded. There is also contradictory versions of this story. In Nadia's book, it was her aunt Blanche, Alfonso's sister in Galicia, who had kept for many, many years this polvera with her, and finally gave it to Nadia, who in turn donated it to the Library of Congress. According to Reina's family, it was Reina who, when she embarked on that boat to Morocco, she carried the polvera and she hid it in her ample bosom and finally gave it to Alfonso, who gave it to Nadia, who donated it. So here you have some pictures. This is Reina with Alfonso. This is Reina with Peter, Nadia's husband, and the children that she had later in life with Mohammed Beladin. This is a work in progress. We are only beginning to dive into her extraordinary life. And we have to take into account that there is a great personal bias on both sides of the family, so it's difficult to know what really happened. It would be great to have more historical accuracy, but unfortunately Alfonso, when he was very old and he went back to Spain, he burnt all the letters, all the correspondence between him and Reina, and Nadia doesn't have those documents with her. Lack of witnesses is also a very worrying factor. Many of the people who knew about this story and who met Reina have died or are dying. It would also be fascinating to find out more about the Jewish involvement in the Republican cause. There's already some studies, but I think that it would be very interesting to look at Reina's story from this point of view. Also, to delve more into the history of coexistence in Moroccan Spain, and also to determine whether it is possible to rewrite female memory and experience when we are lacking so much in intergenerational conversation, given that Nadia and Reina never got on well, never rescued the relationship, and there is so much we don't know. So thank you very much for listening. I hope you found this story fascinating, and we will keep trying to find out what really happened.
So Isabel will speak about A Voice from the South, Catholicism and Transgression in Emilia Pardo Bazan. Isabel Burdial is Professor of Modern History at the University of Valencia. She is Honorary Research Fellow at the University of East Anglia since 2004. She is founder and first director of the European Network on the Theory and Practice of Biography. Her research has concentrated basically on the political and cultural history of the 19th century European liberalism, with a special interest in the political and cultural transfer of gender notion. She has subsequently explored the relationship between history and literature and the heuristic potential of biographical history. Her last two books are co-edited with Roy Foster, co-authored with Roy Foster, La historia biográfica en Europa, Nuevas Perspectivas, and the biography of the Spanish writer Emilia Pardo Bazan in 2019. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for the introduction, and good morning to everybody. Well, what I propose, I'm sorry I can't be with you personally. It's been very frustrating. What I propose in this presentation is an interrelated reading of two documents. Can you see me well?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, perfect. The first document is extremely private and quite exceptional among the 19th century sources at our disposal. The first one is the letter of a confessor to his penitent. The second is absolutely public, a novel in 2 volumes entitled A Christian Woman, The Test. Both documents date from 1890 and the person who connects them is the Spanish writer Emilia Pardo. Regarded as the grand dame of letters of 19th century Spain, she played a leading role in the construction of the Spanish cultural sphere and literary canon. During her lifetime, her works were translated into a number of languages, English included, and the Periphery classic collection still contains, if you are interested, her best known work in Europe, The House of Periphery. She was also a journalist, a literary critic of literature, and a fantastic writer of short stories. As a literary entrepreneur, she created a magazine and a publishing house, which were trailblazers in introducing Spanish audiences to Russian literature, as well as to British and French debates on feminism through translations of the work of George Stuart Mill and Auguste Weber. One of the most original aspects of her intellectual trajectory was precisely the way she inserted feminism into the Spanish cultural and political debates of the second half of the 19th century, openly using the word and helping make it respectable in a way no other writer of time managed. She achieved this both such works as a work of fiction, for instance, Sunstroke, which is also available in English today, and also through key interventions in the public sphere, such as her 1889 article, Spanish Woman, originally published in London's Foreign Review, or her polemical speech, The Education of Men and Women, at the 1892 International Pedagogical Conference. A staunch Catholic in an overwhelming Catholic country, Emilia Pardo was never, however, what one would describe as a Catholic writer. At a moment when celebrity culture was taking root in Spain and in Europe, she tried to design what Claude Marcadan has called a legible feminine self, a complex figure of identity capable of combining her Catholicism and her feminism. For the purposes of this talk, I could, of course, have chosen some of Pardo Bazan's feminist texts. However, I thought that the combination of the 2 documents I proposed might provide more interesting insights into the always blurred borders between the public and the private in which identities are formed and negotiated. Moreover, the interrelated reading of those documents enable us to explore religion beyond over generic terms as Catholicism, as an intellectual and a language available to women to articulate inner senses of injustice and the inequality between the sexes. Following her father's unexpected death in March 1890, Emilia Pardo Bazán wrote to her lover, writer Benito Pérez Galdós, that she had lost, I quote, the best of friends, the most loyal of counselors, and a constant support. He who, in addition, had taught her that, according to Christian doctrine, there could not be separate moralities for reasons for both sexes, nor essential differences between what a man and a woman could be and do. A few days after her loss, Emilia's former confessor wrote her a letter that strikes us today as nothing short of brutal. In it, the confessor claimed that the premature passing of her father had doubtless been divine punishment for, I quote, the abnormal and unedified state in which Emilia lived, alone in Madrid, separated from her husband and her children, enjoying her fame, writing in books. The fact that she arrived too late at the family home was, I think again, another punishment that God chose to visit upon the father, the daughter, or upon both. We cannot know what kind of emotions of submission or of resistance such a cruel letter would have in a practicing and educated Catholic like Emilia Pardo. She never mentioned this episode, not even in her most intimate correspondence with that dog. Its discovery, almost accidental and very recent, offers a glimpse of the nature and intensity of the pressure of the private, intimate, religious, and social obstacles to the development of the powerful identity of that celebrated author. We have no more evidence of what she might have felt, that what she did after her father's death. She moved to Madrid for good with her mother and her children. She continued her irregular relationship with Daltos, at least for a few months, and in any case, she never got back to her husband, although they maintained a civilized relationship and kept appearances in public. But shortly afterwards, between July and September 1890, she published a new work of fiction. The first volume, A Christian, introduces the tale of a young engineering student, Salustio, skeptical about religion and full of ideas of freedom, democracy, and glory. This young man falls in love with Carmen, and now the wife of his despised Uncle Felipe. All very, very useful. Carmen is all gentility and goodness, the epitome of the Christian wife who tries to fulfill her conjugal duties in a marriage of convenience with a horrendous husband, cruel, greedy, small-minded, and corrupt, both physically and morally. The student, the love-struck student, is sure that Carmen loves him. By the end of the first part of the novel, the reader is also persuaded of that Carmen loves her student, despite the fact that she decided to renounce her love on the altar of marital duties. So far, no more than a novel and a plot that bore witnesses to the virtues of the Christian love. However, do you hear me well?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. However, the calm and conventionality of the story are shattered in the second part of the novel, which is entitled The Test. The mystery regarding Carmen's intimate secret is solved in the most extraordinary fashion, and the fragile and badly married woman is revealed as a genuine Christian heroine and an anonymous saint. Not only she declined the possibility of another pure love and resigned herself to putting up with her husband's murky, lascivious, and immoral behavior, she achieves something else. She triumphs over much more, over paroxysm and almost over panic. She succeeds in forcing herself to love the abominable husband. Her love is flowing with all her heroism and sanctity when her husband contracts leprosy. Carmen Carmen is touched by a sort of divine grace, imbued with a kind of mystical rapture. encouraged and guided by the counsel of her confessor. The note ends with the liberal student completely pre-wired and full of admiration before a Carmen irradiates the light of sanctity when she kisses with genuine devotion the dying leper's cracked lips and feet. Witnessing this scene, the skeptical engineering student felt, quote, my heart felt terrible, and I was Christian for an hour at least. He says in a clear irony. So what on earth was Pardo Bazán doing with that novel? A novel that seemed to contradict everything she had said before and would say afterwards about the need to acknowledge that women had their own destinies independently of their parents, brothers, husbands. I believe that in a kind of surrogate and resist expiation, an apparent submissive answer to her confessor's requirement, what she did was to explore the paradoxes of the stereotype idea of the Christian wife. And she did so by means of a narrative that, rather than speak of the nullification of the feminine self, represents a kind of heroic exaltation of that feminine self. The critical reception of the work makes it possible to expand on this interpretation. Once again, paradoxically, according to cliché discourses about 19th century Spain, the most prestigious conservative and Catholic press regarded Carmen as an unrealistic and unacceptable character. I quote, she violates the laws of logic, of plausibility, and of risk, and becomes a pathological case, one of those morbid or neurotic women who only find pleasure in what is monstrous, or at least like those ladies of the night who capitulate, subservient and in love before the man who beats and robs them. End of the quote. In short, Carmen's manner of conceiving and practicing the ideal of the Christian wife was too far removed from the Catholic common sense of late 19th century Spain. It was a pathological exaggeration, an almost subversive caricature, an unsettling and disturbing character. As one of the critics said, what was more admirable about that Christian wife was not her spirit and her testimony, but the strength of her stomach. Pardo Bazán anticipated some of the reactions in the profound dialogism that ran through the book, despite the apparent simplicity of the plot. In fact, as an important critic of the time, by the way, Father Antiquarian, the theme of that novel was none other than the question, which is the more appropriate woman for late 19th century Spanish society. The voices raised in the pages of Pardo Bazán's novel are various and say various things. On the one hand, they speak of the dark fascination that the old idea of the submissive Christian wife exercised upon those liberals who consider themselves as Salustio to be free-thinker, progressive in political issues, and skeptical in matters of religion. Those who, in Pardo Bazán's work, they quote, want everything to change, but women to remain imperturbable and immobile like polar star. On the other hand, however, she wanted to make clear and in a way criticize that 19th century Spanish Catholicism, the church teachings included, no longer inhabited the high, rugged and dangerous regions of the sublime. It lived and breathed on the sweet and tempered hill of the domestic ethic. The most appropriate woman or wife was neither a saint nor crazy. She was not allowed to be a free thinker, nor to surrender herself to mystical virtues and streams. What was expected of her was a temperate and orderly religionist. If incredulity and impiety were privileges of men and monstrosities in a woman, religious exaltation of the latter was also potentially transgressive and monstrous. Even in her religious feelings, she had to be domesticated in order to become, not to become an unaffirmed, neurotic individual, unsuitable for late 19th century Catholic Judaism. I will end with the following sentences. One of Pardo Bazan's great literary and personal transgressions was to break with that type of domestication at the cost of finding herself involved in the paradoxes of the heroic model of the martyr saint who spoke of the time gone by. It is in this context in which we can understand the bewilderment of liberal and Catholic press and the sadomasochistic paroxysm of the idea of the good Christian wife, whom Pardo Bazan was determined to explore to the end, both from the center and the periphery of Spanish society. Thank you.
Okay, I think we can start. Welcome everyone to this first session of Recovering Women Identities between Center and Periphery, 16th to 20th century. We have a very nice spread of different papers. And our first speaker this morning is Simone Monti. Simone is a PhD student in Italian study at the University of Cambridge. He's working on the genre of in morte poems in the 16th century lyric poetry by women writers, and in particular Vittoria Colonna, Veronica Gambara, Chiara Matraini, and Francesca Turina. And he's working with Abigail Brundin in Cambridge. Previously, he graduated from the University of Pisa and the Scuola Normale Superiore. His research interests include women writings, Petrarch and the Renaissance, in particular lyric poetry, with a particular focus on the relationship between literature and extra-literary materials and social and cultural history. His paper today is entitled Ormai son fatta la madre della malinconia, Francesca Turini's mourning experiences and her negotiation of literary and social agency. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm very glad to be here today. I would like to thank Sara Del Medico and Katia Pizzi for organizing this conference. Today I'm going to talk about the very interesting case of Francesca Turina, her mourning experiences, and how they, as well as her widowhood, are framed in her poetic production, and how they affect her strategies in presenting herself to her readership. Before coming to that, I will briefly introduce Turina. She was born in San Sepolcro in 1553 within a noble family, in particular her paternal lineage. She was the daughter of the Count of Stupinigi and Villafranca, held remarkable power in the region. Her father died just 1 year after her birth, and her mother just shortly after. Francesca so moved to Gattara, in Montefeltro, where she was raised by her uncle and aunt. In 1574, she married Giulio Bufalini, a nobleman 40 years older than her, and lord of Città di Castello, where she moved. In 1583, her husband died, and Turina was designated by her husband's will to manage all the family patrimony and to take care of her children. Her husband's death meant for her acquiring a considerable, at least by the standards of the day, social agency, which she then managed to reinforce with her literary activity. Turina actively worked to affirm herself as a poet, refusing the silent role of passive subject that her position as a widow would have favored. Beyond being a member of an academy, contrary to her main model, Vittoria Colonna, Turina, as Virginia Cox has noted, actively promoted her work after the publication of her books, both by presenting them in letters to various intellectual figures of the day and by sending the books themselves. She published her first collection, Rime Spirituali, Spiritual Poems, in 1595. In this period, religious poetry has constantly increased its importance in the literary field and constituted the safest space for new literary voices, especially for women writers. Despite the first collection not being only spiritual, as we shall see, it was with her second book of poetry, which came out in 1628, that Turina definitely expanded her poetry towards a wider variety of topics. These thematic choices are in themselves part of a double negotiation Turina is facing by writing poetry, both of her poetic voice as a widow and as a mother, and of her social agency, since she knew that her poetry could represent an invaluable tool for maintaining and reinforcing the political relations of her family with the Roman nobility and the papacy. In order to analyze this negotiation, it will be useful to start by the dedicatory letters of the two collections. The two dedicatory letters, despite the differences, revolved around the same two elements, just slightly varied: the self-presentation of the author, and so her self-fashioning strategies, and the justification of her writing. I will just focus on the first collection's dedicatory letter today. Here, the justification of writing is based on devotion, on prizing and magnifying the Lord, the duty to prize and magnify the Lord. As Turina, in her negotiation of power relationships, as Giusti has pointed out, offers her work in defense of Catholic doctrine in exchange for protection. Turina also announces the simplicity of her style, with the simplest thread of woman weaving and having woven a very simple canvas, and justifies it in the name of the religious purpose, and claims it with pride as a sign of sincerity and morality, even though it is still perceived as needing validation. We can see the affirmation that only the simple streams of religious poetry are appropriate to her, and the refusal of other forms of poetry, the waters from all other sources seeming to be either bitter or bland, since they flow from canals of impious poetry. And then we see the justification of the simple style of her writing as a product of matronal pudicizia, matronly modesty, to clothe poetry's beauties not with the ornaments of a prostitute, but with the pious vestments of matronly modesty. As Virginia Cox has noted, this simplicity of style, together with the choice of spiritual poetry, is part of Turina's negotiation of literary agency. But it can also be said that the introduction of this connotation of matronal to it, which contains both the element of mother and that of power, is fundamental to understand this negotiation. In stating her matronly role, Turina is referring to the power acquired as a widow after her husband's will. But she's also referring to her role as a mother, which is also the one that in the end justifies her power before the patriarchal society. This perfectly represents the negotiations she carries out to justify her social and literary agency. The reference to the matronly role is, of course, also part of Turina's self-representation. Another part of it, besides her motherhood, consists of her widowed condition, mentioned in the following passages. My widowhood from vassal as a mere widow. But let's now look more closely at the role of breeding in Turina's production. As mentioned, the first collection is mainly composed of spiritual poems, as the title indicates, which narrate the life of Christ. However, at the end of the collection, in a sort of appendix, we also find some poems dedicated to her dead husband that deal with her grief and her widow condition. This appendix has the specific purpose of presenting the figure of the author to the readers, outlining her exemplary path through the difficult mourning process, and in fact delineating a model of good widowhood and motherhood. However, this insertion of the immorte section at the end of the collection also has literary implications. This seems to subvert the traditional model as set out first by Petrarch and then by Vittoria Colonna, which, passing from immorte to spiritual poems, delineates an exemplary autobiography as a path of spiritual conversion from love for the beloved to love for God. In fact, this change is only partially pertinent, because it has to be noted that the spiritual poems that precede the immorte section correspond more, if not completely, to the objective mode of religious verse, rather than to the subjective mode. I'm using here the categories proposed by Virginia Cox in the Religious Muse. I don't have time here to go into more detail about this. So this change in the macrostructural organization has therefore to be linked to the more general change in the structure of poetry collection in the second part of the Cinquecento, and in particular to the progressive dissolution of the traditional linear and progressive structure of the canzoniere in favor of a thematic organization. But besides the more literary context-related reasons, we can also trace others more connected to the self-fashioning strategies set by Turina. It can be said that our in morte section posed at the end of the collection is probably also meant to suggest a conflict already solved, which the reader is given information about only a posteriori from a secure position of achieved spiritual conversion. Although that doesn't mean that the conflict does not have to be represented, as we shall see. Moreover, this kind of structure tells us that the main focus of the collection is intended to be a moral reflection on Christ's sacrifice, written by a pious widow. The lyric eye is positioned in second place after the worship. The appendix, though, gives Turina the opportunity to declare her fragility and her need for help. As Justy has noticed, this is one of the main aspects of Turina's self-representation, by presenting the hardship of her sorrow and of her mourning process. Before proceeding, it has to be said that the grieving process was anything but unproblematic for widows. It involved both theological and gendered issues. The widow was expected to mourn her husband, showing appropriate sorrow, which meant not too little but also not too much. Excessive sorrow, as well as its excessive duration, were theologically incorrect, showing doubts about the good Christian's celestial survival, and so a lack of the two theological virtues of faith and hope. And moreover, an excessive sorrow could also undermine the traditional moral path of spiritual conversion. In addition, grieving despair as an excessive and inconsolable reaction to a loss, denoted by a lack of rational control, was already gender connoted in the classical and then in the Christian tradition, and associated with gender stereotypes of imbecilitas and infirmitas. Finally, excessive external manifestations of sorrow, such as exaggerated weeping or loud laments, were seen as morally and socially inappropriate, sometimes even legally prohibited in public places. In light of this, we have to take a step back to the first main section of the Rime Spirituali, because the narration of Christ's passion is not unrelated to the problem of appropriate sorrow. Turina shows the Virgin Mary and Mary Magdalene lamenting the death of Jesus, and here we find significant external expression of sorrow for two religious figures that, especially in the Counter-Reformation period, were supposed to be very moderate mourners. And of course, it goes without saying that these two figures were considered as role models for women. So it can be noted that in presenting them in this way, Turina is implicitly widening the range of theologically, morally, socially acceptable mourning, at the same time enlarging her own mourning safe space. When it comes more directly to representing her mourning, Turina depicts herself as a very moderate mourner, at least in the external manifestations, adhering to the social prescription that wanted women to contain their sorrow. But that doesn't mean she's not suffering, as she herself says, also because otherwise she wouldn't have lived up to the opposite social expectation of mourning the husband sufficiently. She represents her inner life in terms very close to desperation. Obviously, this presentation is possible because it is inserted into the path of conversion, which allows moral errors to exist in order to then correct them. Her demonstration of sorrow is not just an instrument to call for help, as said, but it is part of her negotiation of social and literary agency. It is the reaction that is socially expected from a widow, and so together with the itinerary that follows, it serves the purpose of presenting Turina as a good widow. Here we see just an example of her internal sorrow. The English translation here is from Costa Zalesso's edition of Turina's poem, and I have altered it in some places to make it more faithful to the original. So we read, "The sorrow that within my heart resides, even larger within than it shows outside, insidiously within me." This representation arises from the need to affirm the poet's loyalty to her dead husband, but she exposes her despair also as her first step in her itinerary towards spiritual conversion. Her performance of desperation accompanies the overcoming of it throughout the section, thanks to specific consolation strategies. Obviously, this recalls the Petrarchian model and that of Colonna as well. But it is interesting to note the very different pace of the mourning process and spiritual conversion. If Petrarch remains trapped into the amorous chain almost until the end of his In Morte section, in Turina the number of spiritual poems in her In Morte section is almost equal to the ones dedicated to the dead beloved. In relation to Colonna's poetry, instead, it can be noted that there is a significant quantitative difference, even if we assume that Turina read only Colonna's published poems. These two elements together contribute to an accelerated path of the mourning process and spiritual conversion. Just as explained in terms of the generally stricter Counter-Reformation control on morality, but we might instead connect it more closely to Turina's condition as a widow. This seems in part confirmed by the self-consolation strategies applied by the lyric subject to overcome the crisis of the husband's loss. This leads us to one of the most interesting aspects of Turina's poetic production, the importance given to her representation as a mother, and its role in her self-consolation for the husband's death. We have already seen in the dedicatory letter both the references to her sons and her definition of her poetry as produced by Matronal Pudicizia. In her poems, her role as a mother is key to presenting herself as a good widow and at the same time a tool for overcoming the loss of her husband. It is in virtue of her position as a mother that she abandons her desire for death by looking at her children both in terms of duty and consolation. So, sweet children, my beloved little ones, hope of my widowed heart, and only comfort, such grief, and only for you I support. This passage is important also because avoiding self-harm and suicidal instincts was one of the first issues a widow had to face. This consolation device corresponds quite perfectly with some explicit advice we can find in conduct texts, according to which children could remind the wife of her dead husband and function as a substitute and so as a consolation. But in general, it also lies one of the patriarchal society's gravest concerns regarding widows, also present in conduct text, that of fatherless children and their proper upbringing. It is interesting, though, to note that in conduct text usually required a sort of masculinization of the widow, in order to raise her children as the father would have done. While in her first collection, Turina does not masculinize herself as those prescriptions requested. In the ending of her collection, these various constellation strategies end up in the only real social expected solution to the loss of the beloved, that of acknowledging the vanity of earthly goods and directing oneself to God. So when coming to my senses, I inquire how much my soul deserves Jesus' wrath. I feel within my heart things strong, and to heaven or with visage. Turina, and this is remarkable as it tells us much about how women's grief was represented in patriarchal society, shows her grief and its overcoming as a contrite and penitent return to herself. The lyric persona reacquires control over herself, overcoming the state of self-alienation that has existed earlier, and finally devoting herself completely to God. In this way, she both completes her spiritual conversion and conforms to social expectations for widows. Thus, in conclusion, it can be said that Turina's negotiation of literary and social agency is based on a delicate balance between corresponding to the representation of the good widow and good mother expected by patriarchal society, and slightly reworking this system of power and its values by refusing some elements of this representation, such as the masculinization of herself as a widow, and rejecting some gender stereotypes connected to grief, such as the woman as a loud, desperate mourner, unable to overcome the loss, and transform her sorrow into poetry. Thank you very much.
Our second speaker is Maria Salome Adang, who has a PhD in history from the University of Pisa in Italy. She completed an MA in history at the University of Verona in November 2016 with an interdisciplinary dissertation that combined historical, artistic and literary aspect, in particular of family context of the 16th century in Verona. Currently, her research focuses on family belonging to the Venetian patriciate, the Grimaldi di San Luca, with a special attention to their material heritage in order to grasp, with the help of written, iconographic and material sources, how clothes, jewelry and furniture were used in the private and public life. As Marino Grimani became Doge of Venice in 1595, the role played by his wife Morosina Morosini during his political career is a central issue in her research. Thank you.
Yes, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to be here, and I would also like to thank the University of Pisa for allowing this trip. This contribution is related to my doctoral research. I am investigating the material culture of a family belonging to the Venetian patriciate, the Grimaldi di San Luca, between the 16th and the 17th centuries. The first of the two Dogaresse I will focus on is part of the family I am studying. Thanks to her, the world of the Dogaresse of the Venetian Republic has been opened up to me. Dogaressa is the wife of the Venetian prince called Doge. The intention of this paper is to recover the identities of two Dogaresse of the modern age, Morosina Morosini Grimani at the end of the 16th century and Elisabetta Querini Valier at the end of the 17th. A century apart from each other, both had a rare visibility due to the fact that their husbands reached the apex of their political career and wanted to honor their consorts. But this visibility, the fact that they actively interpreted their role, was in both cases, albeit in a different way, controversial. But first of all, a few clarifications. Unlike queens, princesses, and duchesses, the wife of the Doge of Venice does not perform the most important function. She doesn't provide the heir to the throne. As it is well known, the Doge was chosen with a complex selective system that combined virtues with pure luck, For centuries, the Republic of Venice endeavored to maintain a balance between the public exaltation of ducal dignity and the need to contain the power of the incumbent doge, considered first among equals and not a true ruler. A figure that the historian Edward Muir rightly defined as paradoxical because of this ambiguity. So, if the figure of the doge is paradoxical, all the more so is that of the dogaressa, who receives her title simply because wife of, a bit like the first ladies of today's republics. And this role ends when her husband dies. She and the other family members have 3 days to free the palace from their belongings and make room for the next doge. The second point is that there was not always a dogaressa. Since noblemen became doge at a late age, they were often already widowed, or sometimes they were unmarried. If in the 3 centuries, from the 1200s to the 1500s, every doge had a wife, in the following 3 centuries, there were only 10 dogaresse. The first period has been studied by Oliver Burt in ethnography, but very little is known of the last 3 centuries. The third question is more delicate. What was the function of the dogaressa? Can we talk about a real public office? Some historians have concluded that it was not. In solemn ceremonies, the doge always presented himself with the signoria, which is, together with the doge, the supreme body of the government. That's an all-male procession. The dogaressa is never part of the annual public ceremonies of Venice, except one, the entrata, the public entrance she made only once into the doge's palace after his election. On these rare occasions, which not even all dogaresse experience, we have chronicles and iconographic materials. But we know practically nothing about the daily life of the dogaresse and women in the palace. Not only that, we have practically no words spoken by the dogaresse. Take the first of the two, Morosino Morosini, here in the image in the golden dress. Among the extensive documentation I have examined in the Grimani Private Archive, in the State Archives in Venice, I found wedding contracts, account books, wills, notarial deeds, and many administrative letters, but no eco documents such as diaries, family books, letters, or poems, as Simona was saying. Sources that could help us to shed light on their thoughts or feelings. It is therefore very important to use other written sources, the letters of the ambassadors present in Venice, for example, and above all, to pay close attention to other types of languages, such as that of the body, movements and gestures, including also the material world that concerns appearance, clothes, jewelry, accessories, the use of spaces, furnishings, and gifts. But let's get to the point. Morosino Morosini marries Marino Grimani di San Luca in 1560 with a double marriage contract. On the same day, she and her sister Angela married the Grimani brothers, Marino and Dalmoro, and the two families entered to live in the new sumptuous building on the Canal Grande. Morosino and Angela bring great wealth with them, which they inherited after the death of their brother. They contribute greatly to increasing the riches of the Grimani family. Among the various beni mobili and immobili, there is also a castle, San Vincenti Castle in Istria. Stanley Chojnacki teaches us that women's wealth was the most effective way for them to gain credit and trustworthiness in the eyes of their husbands and the family into which they entered. Chojnacki speaks of a power of love directly related to the power of dowry. In this light, the potential of the two sisters is considerable. When in 1595 Marino Grimani is elected doge, he and his wife moved into the ducal palace. 2 years after the election, the most sumptuous coronation ever to take place is held for the dogaressa. The visibility is great, as we know from chronicles, paintings, and medals. But we have no words of her own, except for the very short and standardized speech given by the dogaressa. But every material element, from the ephemeral architecture to the organized games, communicate welfare, joy, and collective celebration. As Marci van Gelder recently reconstructed, peace, harmony, abundance for Venice and for the whole population. This is the political statement that emerges from this event. We have many sources on this event, that's why. Yet some sources shed light on how the Dogaressa perceived this moment. The coronation is scheduled for the 4th May 1597. At the very last moment, the day before, in the Senate, it becomes known that the Pope has decided to donate the Golden Rose to the Dogaressa, an unprecedented decision. The object, made of gold and precious stones, is blessed by the Pope on the 4th Sunday of Lent and donated to sovereigns, foreign states, or monasteries in a sign of special distinction. During the 16th century, the women who received the Golden Rose were Catherine de' Medici, Mary I of England, Mary Queen of Scots, Anne of Bohemia and Hungary, so queens, princesses. When Morosina finds out about the gift, she's my friend, she feels, and now I quote from the Apostolic Ambassador's correspondence, a great cheerfulness which she does not understand in herself, and that she appreciates more than all the other festivities and the other honors prepared for this public translation from the private house to the public palace, which will begin tomorrow with extraordinary decorations and pomp. In Italian it's un'allegrezza sì grande che non capisce in se stessa. So a very great joy, as she couldn't find the words for it. The next day, in front of a very large crowd, the Dogaressa receives this precious gift on her knees in the Church of St. Mark, and I quote again, she gave humble thanks to His Holiness for the honor that he had deigned to give her of such a precious gift, which she received and would always preserve with singular devotion, constantly praying to the Lord God for the health of His Beatitude, the Pope. Later that day, the Apostolic Nuncio and the Doge stay a few minutes alone. Back home, the Nuncio notes that the Doge is very pleased with the honor done to his wife, for he, and I quote again, loves his wife greatly, in the marriage with whom he has been for more than 35 years, with continuous union and satisfaction, praising her especially for devotion, pietà, and religion. Being heir of a great faculty, she dispenses all the riches in alms and good works. For her part, the Dogaressa, continues the ambassador, took so much consolation that she considered all the other festivities prepared with great pomp in her honor far less than the favor of this rose. An unexpected gift arrived in great secrecy at the last moment, a unique gift sent by the Pope himself to the First Lady of the Republic as recognition for her virtues. So that gift was hers. But things go differently. In fact, 1 week later in the Senate, there is a discussion. Someone insists that the rose should be placed in the public treasure of St. Mark, a collection in which the original recipients of the objects were not important at all, in favor of the collective glory. It's the treasure of a city, not of an individual. The Doge makes a passionate speech, which I do not report here for time reasons, giving voice to the desire of his wife. That gift is of the Dogaressa, received for her particular virtues. And perhaps, indeed, the Doge ventured to say the object which would lose the spiritual benefits if the Pope's will be not respected. But the symbolic value of the object, its powerful agency, the fact that the only women to receive it have been queens, necessarily leads to a compromise. The only words we heard the Dogaressa speaking as she was kneeling in the church, promising she would carefully preserve the gift forever, remain a wish. At the death of the Dogaressa, the rose has to be returned to the treasury of St. Mark. So it is decided by the Senate, and so it happened. But here we find the golden rose again on the funeral monument. Among all the glorious moments of the Dogeship, this is the event, one of the two events actually, the couple decided to immortalize. The rose here is not of gold but of bronze, but still it remains, at least symbolically, close to the Dottoressa's body forever. Now, in the 100 years between Morosino Morosini and the second Dottoressa on which I focus, Elisabetta Guerini, of the 19 elected dogi were all unmarried or already widowed. The only Dottoressa we find during this time is Carlo Contarini's wife, remembered for her piety, but also for the aversion to ceremonies during her husband's very brief dogeship, 1 year. Thus, when Silvestro Valiera became doge, in 1694, the presence of a living consort is in itself an unusual fact. Descendant of the ancient and wealthy Querini family, in 1694, Elisabetta is 66 years old. The couple's only son died at an early age. Her husband's biographer writes that she has, and I quote, those qualities which are excellently in a princess, charm and a very rare example of virtue. No traditional coronation takes place for her, no public translation from the private palace to Palazzo Ducale, as Morosina had 1 century earlier. A law of 1646 has abolished the ceremony, mainly for economic reasons. At the time when there was no Dottoressa in the palace, it had been decided to dismiss this ancient costume considered too expensive. So, because there is this ceremonial vacuum, the Doge Valiera and his wife inaugurate a completely new ritual. From March 1694 until the death of the Doge, July 1700, for the first time a Venetian Dottoressa plays a role that we can call public. In a room called Camera Maggiore, on the first floor of the Palazzo Ducale, I have not been able to locate it yet, Elisabetta is assigned a place, an audience chamber, in which she begins officially to reserve guests adorned with the antique dress of the Dottoressa. You can see it here. There's dogalina, and then a mantle, and the ducal horn, this typical Venetian headdress used by the Doge and also the Dottoressa when there was one. An unknown ceremonial protocol, which I recently found at the Correr Library in Venice, sheds light on what happens in that room during the years of the dogeship. The Dottoressa receives the city's senators congratulating her, then the foreign ambassadors, the patriarch, the nuncio. Over time, the practice of greeting the Dottoressa in her audience chamber becomes a tradition. Incoming and departing ambassadors or distinguished guests passing through the city make a habit of officially paying homage to her, often bringing a gift with them. In the ceremonial protocol, the banquets held in the ducal palace are also noted, and so are the andate, a fact which is very, very interesting, because the image we saw at the beginning, this male processions typical of the Venetian Republic, for the first and only time, as far as I know, have a female version. In fact, 7 months after the election of her husband, with a license from the Pope, Elisabetta starts to visit monasteries, a tour which will be repeated in the following years, always accompanied by 12 ladies, 2 squires, waiters, and a chaplain. With a court of even more women, 60 ladies on one occasion, the Dottoressa crosses the city to attend a play. In the 30 pages, almost front and back of the protocol, the descriptions multiply. But again, no words spoken by the Dottoressa are recorded. Elisabetta moves inside the chamber, she welcomes guests, she puts on and removes her precious mantle, she wears and takes off the ducal horn, she dances, she leads the female procession, she listens to my speeches, but her voice cannot be heard. Neither the most standard words defined by the court etiquette, nor the most intimate ones she might have spoken on less formal occasions are ever reported. And so it is following the gestures, the movements, the position of a chair in the room, the placement of the corno ducale on a silver tray, that we can grasp something about her personality and experiences. Undoubtedly a very resourceful woman. And again, her husband gives her voice. It is he, we read in the sources, who announces in the Senate since the election day that he wants to honor his wife. He is the clear director of a visibility that for a wife of a doge is very uncommon. Morosina had this visibility for 3 days. Then, as her husband's book of accounts suggests, she often left Palazzo Ducale, staying for months in their villa in the Periphery. Elisabetta Querini Valier, in a very changed social context 1 century later, lives the spaces inside the ducal palace intensely. During those 6 years, she has the great honor to have this chamber of her own, her ladies-in-waiting, her banquets, her andate. A visibility the Dogaressa paid dearly. At the death of her husband, a drastic law was enacted in the Greater Council. Never again would the Dogaressa receive ambassadors and magistrates, Venetian or foreign. Only the most intimate relatives should accompany the Dogaressa in the future, no other ladies. Entering a monastery would have been possible for the wife of the Doge only with the consent of the 4/5 of the Senate. And finally, the most interesting, never again would a Dogaressa have the right to wear the ducal headdress. Elisabetta Querini lives until 1709. From her holograph will, the resourcefulness of this woman emerges once again. The widow uses her vast wealth in favor of monasteries and churches. She distributes precious jewels and furnishing to her relatives. And finally, she leaves her mantle, undercoat, dogalina, and the corno ducale, that controversial headdress, to a trusted person, a beloved and esteemed cousin who evidently could understand its symbolic and affective value. But there's more. She was the one who took care of the construction of the family funeral monument in the church of Santa Giovanni di Paolo. The Dogaressa appears at the same level as the two dogi, her husband and her father-in-law. And once again, for the last time, she appears in dogalina, mantle, veil, and ducal horn. In conclusion, unlike the vast majority of women of their time, Morosina and Elisabetta played a prominent role in their world during their lifetime. Thanks to the intention of their husbands to honor them publicly, they were probably the most visible Dogaresse of the modern age. In both cases, and not surprisingly, I believe, in the absence of male heirs, which would have complicated greatly the picture, was suspicious of dynastic ambition. Yet, in the male-dominated political milieu of Venice, the mere presence of a consort of the Doge created potential tensions. Tensions that take the material form of a gift, an object with strong agency and meaning, such as the golden rose, and a century later takes the form of a headdress, the corno ducale, a strongly symbolic object that refers to a political power that no woman could exert in the Venetian context. It's a fundamental contrast. They are both women with unprecedented proximity to a political realm, but excluded on account of their gender. We can hear their husbands' voices, but if we want to listen to the women's voices, I mean their very words, we hear almost nothing. Yet, in their wills, as in the iconography of their funeral monuments, we can read traces of their role as Dogaresse. We find the golden rose again, and also the corno ducale. Material elements that bear memory to what the two women had experienced. This memory is rendered, in a sense, immortal. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Giovanna Damolin and Maria Federighi from the University of Bari, Aldo Moro. Right, so we can proceed. Our third speaker is Giovanna Damolin. And, well, this is a paper in theory, Giovanna Damolin and Maria Federighi. Yes. So Maria Federighi has a PhD in modern history and social history at the University of Bari, Aldo Moro. Since 1218, she has collaborated with the Centro Interuniversitario Popolazione, Ambiente e Salute at the University of Bari. Her work focuses on social history, gender history, welfare history, and archives, with many national and international contributions and researches on the history of childhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, I apologize for the absence of Professor Tassolina, but she had some sleep problems. And I was going to present our paper. I prepared the presentation to support my paper. If it's possible, I wish to share it with you.
You wish to?
Share with you the presentation.
Yes.
Do you try?
Yeah.
Okay. You see?
Yes.
Okay, that's right. That's right. So, this is the title of our paper, Abandonment, then in Italy. We studied the case study of Praga in Naples. So, if you hear me, well, I start. Okay?
Yes. Could you speak, maybe, I don't know if it's closer to
Do you have headphones?
Microphone, okay now?
Do you have headphones?
Do you have headphones?
Or just me?
Okay, let's go then. This is a nightmare.
Let's try. Okay, now I've got the headphone. Is it better for you?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yes,
So-
yes.
Yes. Next. Right in there. Okay, thank you so much. During the modern age, children abandonment from urban areas and the closer surroundings toward the city is a widespread phenomenon almost everywhere in Europe. Social problem based on youth dimension and represent a normal event in the world of school. In modern Italy, the number of children abandoned has a strong relationship with economic conditions. Other factors can intervene, conjunctural as well as structural, different regions and in different times. In order to simplify the evolution of childhood abandonment in modern Italy, it might be possible to divide this centuries-old trend into two phases. Number essentially during the 17th up to the half of the 18th century, and the children abandoning reaches a record level between the 18th and the 19th centuries, with no geographic difference such as Milan, Florence, Naples, Matera, but with a diverse region between urban and rural areas. First phase, from 1600 to 1750, the decrease in the rate of abandoning illegitimate and foundling all over Italy be connected to the outcome of the ecclesiastical pressing in favor of staggered marriage. From 1750 to the early 19th century, a new reality in Europe and Italy with a practical increase in the number of families. Because of many factors, such as demographic pressure, economic difficulties, dissolution of customs, availability of hospice, introduction of wealth and property, etc. Particularly, increased founding admissions in southern Italy is also due to proletarianization and declining standards of living. In Naples, the Santa Casa Annunziata, the biggest family home in southern Italy in the modern age, welcomes families from every province of the Kingdom of Naples. The abandonment phenomenon to the Annunziata is quite fluctuating in the 17th century. 700 abandoned and found infants per year around 4 decades of the 7th century. 500 in the 60s, more than 800 at the end of the century. In the 18th century, the number of abandoned children grew more and more. The early years, the average number is about 1,000 family infants per year. At the end of the century, the inflow doubles to up to 2,000 children per year, up to over 5,000 in 1764, the year of the hunger, because the famine and the epidemic of typhoid, which broke out through the kingdom. The Institute of Tribal Source Analysis, statutes, regulation, admission, records, etc., shows that this trend is the people abandonment, because girls represent a higher cost rather than a level force. There was a different attitude toward the sexes with regards to abandonment. Females were exposed to a bigger risk than males. There was no consideration of the woman as a productive resource or an investment for the future. The woman represented a burden on the family, an additional cost until marriage, which, moreover, mostly depended on the availability of a dowry. Thus, the founding hospital could be a willing choice, an easy arrangement to guarantee assistance forever and a dowry to marry. This led that public ambition is after the will. Over time, the will spread everywhere, called by different names depending on the places and shapes, but also on the ways of abandonment. The family will in Naples was a cylinder device designed to house newborn babies and fitted with an open door placed on the outside wall of the hospice. In some places, will had a symbolic meaning. In the kingdom of Naples, the babies who entered the will of Annunziata had a new identity and dignity. It represented the Neapolitan, a rite of initiation, which guaranteed a new identity to the abandoned child. Metaphorically, the will represented the act of childbirth, giving a new life, allowing the family of any sort of origin and legal status to become one of the children of the Madonna. From the other hand, abandoned girls become the daughters of the Madonna and have the right to be carried off, thus to be privileged. The family hospital safeguards their honor and virtue and guarantees their dowry. An additional part of this complex ritual practice of abandonment is the sign of a permanent mark of the skin. The marking system set in Naples, Venice P, Roma, the letter, Siena, without large cross, that is to tie the ribbon with a lead metal to the neck of the child. In fact, the mark also called bearing on one side the engraving of the Virgin and of the other the serial number with a letter related to the admission year and the progressive admission number. The miracle was only evidence proving the new identity of the founding, that is the son of the Madonna. The famous foundings, after wet nursing from 8 years old onwards, entered the Conservatorio, an institution gradually abolished during the 19th century as an obsolete institution, and replaced by the Alunnato. When the girls learn to read, write, and count, they are introduced to more women's levels, and on this, they receive dowry, allowing the darkest to marry or to be a servant of a nun teacher. The passage from conservatorio to alunnato is highly significant to better understand the assistance approach toward girls. The foundling girls coming back from external nursing service or raised into the institute go to the conservatorio, whose main purpose is education for good religion training and physical segregation from outside the world. This section is constituted by girls of different ages and directed by ecclesiastical order of Oblatism. The girls returned from outside, widows, raped servants, isolated in specific places, found them for partially exposed girl, virgin. This is the section of the returned girls. Another is the section of vagabond girls, without any protection, any kind of education, left to themselves, considered unruly in a state of physical and moral degradation. Work is commissioned by nuns only to their favourites, the only way to get honest work and money. This internal discrimination between girls promotes immorality, fraud, usury, through illegal trade, infectious disease, and violence. The conservatorio adopts different treatment and favoritism between the returned girls, the bad, the favorite, and the rich one, without a specific purpose in life. Better is their team of the requested as servant outside, a risky job for sexual abuse, or those who get married. The Institute protects servants with an individual employment contract concluded with a lawyer. In case of sexual abuse, the employer must pay cash compensation. In Southern Italy, virginity is fundamental for marriage, in particular for the practice of the donna. Virginity is connected with the right of dowry. In fact, before the marriage agreement, the girl is examined by two expert women to verify her physical integrity. In the 30s of 19th century, is established the alunna, divided into 8 classes. The abandoned girls, directed by a better ecclesiastical order, Suore Carità, left to perform fine embroidery and sewing, to read, write, and even some literature and French. Honor and virtue are the 2 cardinal points on which the charitable paradigm works for these abandoned young girls. Within that process of innovation and specialization of the French period, assistance for women takes a step forward. The fundamental aim is to preserve the young girl's honor under an almost claustral regime, to prepare them to be adults and honest workers. The famous charitable paradigm rotates around 3 fundamental elements. A religion upbringing, considered the main base of every moral action. Training for domestic work, an element for running a family, and education. The activities defined needwork generally include embroidery, needwork, weaving, spinning, making gloves, patterns, scarves, stocking, lace, and sequins, according to the outside market demand. In the alunnato, the procedure that regulates the work is simple. Goods are made by the pupils to order and are sold outside. In the mediator, the institute keeps half of the earnings from the sales and gives the pupil the other half. The sum of money saved during the course of the year is then handed off to the girl when she leaves the institute. The age limit of the girls to leave the institute set more back to 18 and 21, and apparently not over 25. The girls could never leave the institute even before the maximum age limit set by the regulation. The range of is for early exit, bypass, marriage, cannot serve within a household, entering a convent, adoption, exclusion for bad conduct. In other cases, the state is interrupted by death. Becoming a wife or servant seems to be the main alternatives among which the young girls risk their destinies. The early acts of an exposed girl swiftly fired to marriage, which foresees a dowry forfeited by the Institute of 100 lira. Dowry to reach 150 liras, Hitler had obtained the license of midwives in the internal school, which is devoted to exposed girls between 21 and 35 years for a vocational training and social liberation. In a society in which there is a strong asymmetry among the sexes, the clear-cut definition of the social and gender roles, also the shared role paradigm is marked by a strong difference. The identity of the daughter of the Madonna obtains a highly positive meaning compared to the traditional society view regarding the abandoned and fragile woman. The whole community recognized new identity to the daughter of Madonna, a woman who married. It was supported by a sure and rich dowry. The Institute keeps monitoring during her social inclusion in order to safeguard her moral integrity. In this scenario, the infant girl, later girl, abandoned on the edge of society, entering the Institute becomes a lucky woman. The hospital is her benefactor, and the dowry the means to have a chance of social integration. In conclusion, during the long years of the 19th century, the Annunziata carries out a tradition guaranteeing in education, vocational training, and the concrete possibility to be reinserted into society for thousands of young girls who have been deprived of both parts. A fragile, broken, destitute, fatal childhood in danger and without the moral or material support of a natural family, but which finds within the four walls of the Institute a new family and the necessary preparation for greater possibility for success in life. Thank you.
Thank you again for being here. Laura Fournier-Finocchiari is our first speaker. She is a maître de conférence in Italian Studies at the Université Paris 8. She created with Jeanine Frétinier the Société d'études françaises du Risorgimento Italien. She has published many studies on the poet Giosuè Carducci and on the literary work of Giuseppe Mazzini. She has edited several collected volumes on the representation of the nation in Italy and Europe, on the exile of the Risorgimento, and on Italian republicanism. Her latest publication is Entre France et Italie, échange et réseau intellectuel au XIXe siècle. Following her discovery of the memoir of Clémentine de Como, she undertook research to shed light on her writing and her action. The title of her paper today will be Clémentine de Como and the Emancipation of Women during the Italian Risorgimento. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I apologize because I'm not used to speaking English, so it will be a bit difficult today for me. So I would like to tell you about an original and totally unknown Provençal teacher, Clémentine de Como, who was born in France, near Avignon, in 1803 and died in Italy, in Turin, in 1871. She was a pioneer feminist in the 19th century, writing memoirs with an explicitly combative title, Émancipation de la femme, Emancipation of Women, published in French in Turin in 1853 and recently republished. Despite this anesthetic reprint of the 2 volumes of her memoirs, it's recent, but it's some 10 years ago, she is still unknown by many specialists in women's studies. De Como's work is indeed difficult to classify, as it is doubly peripheral. First, when compared to women's literature in French at the time, since the author is not published in France and was inspired by her experiences in Italy during the Risorgimento. And secondly, when compared to Italian productions, as there is a lack of Italian women's autobiographical writings in pre-unified Italy, public opinion being still largely hostile to women's literary and political activities. Her testimony is unique and essential to understanding the claims of women and their social and political role during the Risorgimento. I would like here briefly to present the De Como case, with particular emphasis on the transformation of the author and the development of her political and feminist awareness in the context of Italian Risorgimento. So I will follow this outline. Emancipation de la Femme is presented in 2 volumes. So these memoirs forming a total of more than 1,200 pages. In the first volume, so covering the period 1803 to 1841, Clémentine de Como retraces first the years when she was educated in Provence and in a religious congregation in the city of Lyon, and then her debut as the headmistress of a school in the south of France. The second volume is entirely dedicated to De Como's stays and travels in northern Italy between 1841 and 1853, in the midst of the First Italian War of Independence, and to her tragic love affair with a seducer, the poet Pietro Corelli from Casale Monferrato. So the French teacher was both seduced and exploited by the poet. He managed to convince her to work tirelessly in order to support him and his relatives, promising her an official wedding that was always postponed. He also dragged her along peregrinations in Italy, where she discovered the cities of Genoa, Florence, Bologna, Milan, where she took part in the 5 days of March 1848, and finally Turin, where she settled. There, she met many participants in the Italian unification, like Vincenzo Gioberti, Felice Romani, Domenico Berti, Carlotta Marchionni, and she left us a vibrant account of the development of her political, patriotic, and feminist awareness. Her autobiography retraces places and events of the Risorgimento and offers a testimony that differs from other examples of women's writings by the originality of its form and themes. Indeed, De Como describes in detail all the phases of her relationship with Corelli. From the first period of their engagement in Casale, an engagement that was kept secret, to their presumed marriage, Corelli made a fake marriage certificate, and then the betrayals she suffered down to Corelli's threats to force her to destroy the compromising act and to free him from blackmail. We must know that the ecclesiastical courts in Piedmont condemned authors of fake marriage acts. They were denied certificates of free status and therefore could not contract a new wedding. So De Como presents her personal story as a progressive awareness of the need to consider women as political subjects, independent of male domination, following her example of redemption from victim to emancipated woman. Her memoirs anticipate those of the most famous French memorialist, Georges Sand, published 2 years later, and deviate from them because they are not marked by the egotism that characterizes Sand's search for identity. They also differ from Flora Tristan's homonymous pamphlet, L'Émancipation de la Femme ou le Testament de la Paria, published posthumously in 1846, a manifesto inviting the working class to unite in a common action against its oppression that Clémentine de Como couldn't have read. They are original in the literary production of Italian women of the time, since cultured women of the Risorgimento published mainly sentimental and patriotic poems, or pedagogical and literary essays. Yet the journals remained mostly unpublished. Nobody perceived the general relevance of women's memoirs. These were generally preserved, if at all, for family stories or restricted communities. The publication of De Como's autobiographical tale, highlighting the fragility and naivety of a woman seduced by an unscrupulous libertine, is a very rare case in women's writings. The only literary case in Italy of a book with strong autobiographical references was published almost 10 years after De Como's memoirs. It is The Mysteries of the Neapolitan Cloister by Enrichetta Caracciolo, who recounted her forced seclusion in a convent. Only at the beginning of the 20th century, with the courage of Sibilla Leramo, would there be other examples of writers who dared to give voice to their sentimental relationships in autobiographical publications, motivated by the desire to produce a narrative of resistance to patriarchy. In her memoirs, Clémentine De Como has left a definitely contemporary testimony, anticipating some elements of 20th century autobiographical writing. So, De Como life course inserts itself amid the revolutionary process of the Risorgimento. Her memoirs offer very interesting material to investigate the specificity of women's patriotism, since they allow us to retrace her political evolution. She was born as a French legitimist who, participating to the Italian events of 1848, gradually came to the conviction that there could be no progress of nations without the work of democracy in favor of freedom against all types of tyranny, including on women. We can also witness the development of her sense of patriotism for Italy, which was not her original homeland. It was her father's homeland, but she discovered her love for Italy when she became a completely autonomous woman of action, finally acting against the men who exploited and humiliated her. Initially, the development of Clémentine De Como's political awareness was largely due to her relation with Pietro Corelli, who had met Silvio Pellico and expressed liberal ideas. The French teacher, fascinated by her seducer, also accepted his political ideas in favor of the independence of Italy and the fight against Austria. She greatly admired the sovereign Carlo Alberto of Savoy for his past as a former Carbonaro, and with Corelli she took part in a collection of verses in his honor. Convinced that the Savoy monarchy supported culture and scholars, De Como personally wrote to the sovereign to ask him to help Corelli financially and thus speed their marriage. De Como then followed Corelli to Florence, where the couple spent 10 months in 1846. There she met Republican and anti-clerical poet Giovanni Battista Niccolini. So the couple did not share his Republican faith, but De Como was impressed by the famous playwright who sang the national independence and freedom of the people. After that, De Como obtained work as a governess in Bologna, where she met families engaged in the fight for the Italian cause. She notably met Marquise Brigida Fava Ghisilieri Tanari, known for the help given to the exiled after the revolutionary days of 1831, and celebrated Pius IX. But the event that profoundly transformed her was witnessing the insurrection of the 5 days of Milan in March 1848. This experience made her aware of the value and strength of the people, which inspired her to write a poem, Impression d'une Française, published in the magazine La Moda. De Como was solidary with the cause of the Milanese people, declaring her confidence in the support of the House of Savoy. When the King of Sardinia was defeated by the Austrians, Corelli once again abandoned her in Milan, but she decided to help the Milanese to the last. The dramatic situation aroused her love for the Italian country, so she finally decided to leave for Turin with the refugees, explaining, "I had taken Austria in horror and did not want to live in subjection." She managed to return to Turin alone, make new friends, and resume her activity as a teacher and headmistress. The experience of the 48 changed De Como's opinion on the subordinate role attributed to women, as more generally it changed women's perception of themselves, of their future, and of their life horizons. But for many women, Italian women, after 1849 began a period of post-revolutionary reflux, marked by a phase of silence and often of detachment. Most of the women who had committed themselves to revolutionary action, such as Cristina Tribuzio di Belgioioso or Erminia Favusinato, returned to their habits, following a parable from patriotism to domesticity. De Como instead devoted herself to the writings of her memoirs, and then edited a theatrical transposition into Italian of her relationship with Corelli, which broadly took up the second volume of her memoirs. After these editions, unfortunately, it is more difficult to reconstruct Clementine De Como's life, so we still know nothing about her possible participation in a second war of independence in 1859-60. She probably decided to stay in Italy, which she now regarded as her homeland. I have found her marriage certificate in Turin with a Savoy merchant, Joseph Vialet, who was much younger than her. They were 22 years apart, but we have still very little information. In 1866, still in Turin, she published a novel in French entitled Pauvres Enfants, appreciated by the French poet Victor Hugo, and I hope now, with the help of a doctoral student, to find more clues to shed light on her life and actions. So the story of Clementine De Como is one of victim to emancipated woman. Émancipation de la femme was, although published before the first period of Italian feminism, which is generally situated in the mid-1860s, with the publication of the essay La donna e i suoi rapporti sociali by Anna Maria Mozzoni in Milan, and the birth of the periodicals La voce delle donne in Parma and La donna in Padua. Her memoirs convey a message of avant-garde emancipation. They are not simply a confession or a diary of her life, but have clear pedagogical intentions. They are addressed to women in order to warn them against seducers, but also to show them the example of a seduced woman who, in some way, was able to free herself through that experience. De Como became aware of the need to fight for the social rights of all women. So she wrote, I am writing for women who, in spite of the fast growth of civilization, are not yet in the place they should occupy in society, etc. So the writer explains clearly what she means by emancipation. She means to incite women to free themselves from male dependence by fighting against domestic tyrants, by denouncing the double standard, and by participating in the definition of a more egalitarian society. Emancipation means claiming one's rights that have been violated by a man. She concluded, if it were given to women to become legislators, I would want to consume my intellectual faculties in the search for a legal system that would counteract the unjust prejudices that weigh on women. Yet I would want to make the seducing man assume part of the punishment, which is exclusively the burden of the seduced woman. To achieve her goal, De Como was convinced that it was necessary, first of all, to educate women within the family, then to remove them from religious institutions, and finally to free their speech, giving them the opportunity to express themselves publicly, to denounce oppressive and humiliating male behavior. De Como appears to us today as a forerunner of current militants who exhort to spread the practice of public revelations of sexual and sexist violence, as a political act of emancipation from the feeling of guilt and shame felt by the victims. In a context which was very hostile to female protagonism, the French teacher made a risky and courageous choice of explaining the mechanism of psychological manipulation to which she had been subjected by her lover without concealing them, in order to warn her readers against this type of person and this violence, which was similar to today's moral harassment. Her memoirs aim to make readers aware of the tragic reality experienced by exploited women so that this phenomenon no longer be kept secret and women stop feeling shame. She also wanted to offer the example of a redemption to other seduced women. Descamps explained the benefits of autobiographical writing in overcoming dependence and depression. She hoped to help women who might fall under the influence of manipulative men, inciting them to notice this and express themselves, telling instead of hiding the violence they suffered. So she wrote, "I complain, and I complain so that the vibration of my voice may arrive at the right time to inform some woman and to stop some men as well." Unfortunately, this choice of sincerity and public revelation was crushed by the critics, who did not accept the frankness with which Descamps narrated women's tragedy. Critics interpreted her memoirs as a form of revenge through writing and not at all as a tale of redemption and salvation. So why was this story buried and forgotten? First of all, because in the early 1850s, there was a lack of media that would publicize it. The general press ridiculed women's initiatives, whether individual or collective, when they were aimed at promoting women's freedom. They only advocated models of submissiveness. When in 1855, some journalists from Turin gave birth to the magazine I Valenta with the wish that it should be written by women only, they encountered countless obstacles and managed to publish only 8 issues between May and October 1855 that I couldn't read because they are all lost. The satirical press mocked the women of action who were interested in literature and politics, representing them with male attributes but also with insatiable sexual instincts. Descamps' memoirs did not get much publicity. Only a few reviews have been found, and those are somewhat reductive, if not decidedly hostile. Male viewpoints reflected the climate of reactionary involution opposed to any idea of women's emancipation. They warned free women who wanted to satisfy the desire for revenge, fed by their emancipated souls, that they would be damned. No review of Emancipation de la Femme appeared in the magazine La Donna, founded in Genoa in 1855, which counted among its most assiduous collaborators the poet Rosina Muzio-Salvo from Palermo and the pedagogue Giulia Molino Colombini from Turin. The editors expressed a cautiously moderate opinion in the emancipationist debate. In particular, Giulia Molino Colombini, although committed for women's education in Piedmont, warned her readers against the danger of emancipation, which risked distracting women from their traditional role in the family and in the harmony of the world. The absence or omission of Clémentine Descamps' work in Italian women's periodicals seems to indicate that she was not fully included in Turin's cultural circles, women's solidarity groups, or patriotic salons, like in Turin, Olympia Savio's salon, patronized by the poetess from Nice, Agathe Sophie Sacernon. Only one untitled poem by Descamps, dated Turin, December 2nd, 1869, appears in the album dedicated to Adelaide Cairoli, published by Gualberta Beccari, director of the well-known periodical La Donna in Padua, which for years was the main organ of the movement for the emancipation of women in Italy. However, this still does not allow us to attest that the author of Émancipation de la Femme participated in feminist circles or movements, but this is an ongoing research. To conclude, in the early 1850s, Clémentine Descommons was going decidedly against the trend compared to her Italian peers concerned about the condition of women, such as Giulia Molino Colombini and the journalists of the periodical La Donna in Genoa. Her call for the emancipation of women did not stress the dominant model of behavior that recognized women only as mothers and educators of patriots and obedient citizens and that praised discretion and resignation, the famous 3 C's, culla, casa, chiesa, cradle, home, church. Descommons' voice and experience were immediately ignored and then forgotten, not only by critics and men of letters, but also by her contemporary female peers active in Italian culture, while today her rehabilitation seems fully justified. Not only did she question male domination and the double standard that made women alone bear the consequences of dissoluteness, but her memoirs also denounced the lack of women's rights and aimed to prevent and assist vulnerable women who might fall into a relationship of emotional dependence. Émancipation de la Femme gives historians very interesting material if they wish to investigate the specificity of female patriotism and offer those interested in letters an early model of published Italian women's autobiographical writing. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Catherine Bryan. She's currently a PhD student at UC Cavendish College at the University of Cambridge. Her thesis examines a literary depiction of abortion from Belle Époque, France, providing feminist close literary readings of largely forgotten texts, such as Jean Caruchet, L'Ensemencé, Maurice Landais, Lagrave, Camille Pertz, L'Hôtel, and Jean Daricarer, Le Droit à l'avortement. Today she will speak about C'est ce premier, n'est-ce pas, Jean Caruchet, Notre maternal woman.
Thank you for that introduction and thank you for the opportunity to come and speak at such an interesting and varied conference today. My paper today, C'est singulier, n'est-ce pas, Jean Caruchet's Non-Maternal Woman, comes from my current research, my PhD thesis, as Sarah was just saying, which is entitled Victime et Bourreau, Victim and Executioner, the question of abortion in the Belle Époque romances. The topic of abortion from the 19th and early 20th century has been examined in contemporary criticism, but almost exclusively within the field of history. So my project gives a close reading of a literary analysis of novels published in the first decade of the 20th century to examine how they reflected and in turn influenced contemporaneous public opinion on abortion and the women who turned to abortion. An important aim of my thesis is to bring forgotten female novelists back into the consciousness of French scholarship by examining in particular Camille Pertz' L'Hôtel, which is the author, and Jean Caruchet's L'Ensemencé, which I have translated as the impregnated, but it's a difficult word to translate. It could also be translated as the sown or the inseminated. And that will be my topic for today's paper. Published in 1904, Jean Caruchet's L'Ensemencé tells the story of a young couple, Armand and Roger, and the first years of their marriage. The two are deeply in love and have agreed that they do not want children, but after a few months, Armand is pregnant. Early attempts with homemade abortifacients, that means a substance which would cause an abortion, are unsuccessful. And by the end of the novel, they have 2 children and a third on the way. L'Ensemencé depicts the impact of unwanted children on the couple's otherwise idealised relationship, disrupting their aims in life as a devoted lover for Armand and as a novelist for Roger. The novel focuses on Armand's experiences and her inner torment as a woman without maternal instincts. There is no female support network, and it is this absence, and indeed the perceived hostility that she feels from the women in her life, which drives her to an internal breakdown. There are three notable female figures in the novel aside from Armand. Her strained relationship with her mother-in-law is made even more intolerable when Armand is unable to act like a so-called natural mother. She feels inadequate when she meets the buxom and effortlessly maternal wet nurse who raises her two children for the first months of their lives. But the character I'm going to speak about in detail today is, I would argue, the most significant female companion character from the novel, Marie-Louise, her childhood friend. And I'm going to look at two scenes from the novel which show how their differing approaches to love and maternity tear the two friends apart. The novel opens on the night before Armand's wedding. She's setting up the marital home when Marie-Louise arrives to share in the prenuptial excitement with her friend. This chapter establishes two key aspects. The first being Armand's homosocial bond with Marie-Louise, and each woman's anticipation of the first sexual experience as a married woman. On entering the bedroom, Marie-Louise's focus is drawn to the wedding dress. These translations, I should just say, are my own, as far as I'm aware. There is no English translation of this text in existence. So I'll leave the French there for those that can read it. On an armchair, a whiteness like a poised cloud, the next day's finery, the snow white dress, the tulle veil. The emphasis on the colour white in this description highlights the symbolic virginal purity that the dress represents, but Marie-Louise's admiration of it is cut short by the sight of the marital bed. She fell silent. Instinctively, her virginal gaze went towards the bed, the big, wide, low bed made for the sleep of two, for the shared heat of meeting nudities, made for love and for future embrace. Without a doubt, new and confused feelings, fears and desires came to her in front of this white bed, virginal in appearance, but widened to receive man, and allowing him to become lover. Here, Carochet depicts Marie-Louise's curiosity about sexuality as from an instinct, and she does not shy away into a Greek euphemism with the direct reference to la chaleur partagée des nudités, the shared heat of nudities. Marie-Louise's virginal innocence, again reflected by the white of the bed, is depicted through the mix of emotions nouveau et confus, new and confused. The two friends are united in a moment of reflection. And Armand also fell silent, as if struck by the same confusion. She also looked, without false modesty, at the soon-to-be marital bed, which superbly materialised tomorrow's act. And for the amorous girl that Armand was, an ardent desire, victor of instinctive anxieties, rose up from this new bed, still cold and waiting. At the beginning, it appears that the two friends are affected by le même trouble, the same confusion, but it becomes clear that Armand's interpretation of the marital bed is different to that of Marie-Louise. Where Marie-Louise thinks of l'homme, the man, who will devenir l'amant, become the lover in the bed, Armand instead focuses on her own burgeoning sexuality. The ellipsis at the end signifies Armand's thoughts descending into unpublishable material, but she is also interrupted by Marie-Louise's interjection here. In a year, uttered Marie-Louise with deliberate gravity, in a year there will be a cradle next to this bed. At this point, the differences between the two friends really begin to show, with Armand's violent reaction to this suggestion. Ah, cela, non, non, oh that, no, no. She then explains her feelings on the subject to Marie-Louise. No, you see, I'm not made for that. I know it well. For a long time I've known. A long time. 10 years at least. Ever since I became a woman. Before, aged 12, 13, I loved them, little ones. And then puberty took all that. It's singular, isn't it? It's like that. I can't do anything. But I don't want them. No, no. Not now, not later, never. Although she speaks un mot haché, presque sans suite, in broken words, almost without sequence. Armand's hesitations are no indication of her conviction, but more of her uncertainty on how to phrase an idea that is so singular. Her repeated assertions of "I know" and the use of the indicative mood show that there is nothing hypothetical or undecided about her stand. For Armand, maternity is linked to a childlike interest in little ones, les petits, and the hormonal change of puberty has transformed her into femme, a woman. Those whose destiny is linked to the conjugal bed and does not feature a cradle. Marie-Louise does not recognise the significance of Armand's speech, however, and simply dismisses the subject before leaving. After Marie-Louise's departure, Armand reflects on the question of maternity. With a singular clarity, Marie-Louise's utterance from in front of the marital bed came into her mind. A cradle in this bedroom, a child between them, an outsider in their life, in their passion, all the miseries and all the ugliness of the birth and the pregnancy in this lover's abode. Armand's thoughts on motherhood could not be made clearer. In a slightly earlier quotation, she is sans désir, surtout de maternité, absolutely without desire for maternity. For her, childbearing is associated with misère, miseries, and laideur, ugliness, the antithesis of the passion of her relationship with Roger. She feels that the hypothetical child would literally come entre eux, between them, rather than uniting them in shared genetics. Memories of her relationship with her deceased mother on the next page reveal more about the pressures to be the perfect maternal figure. She had a profound thought for the mother so tender who had raised her, at the cost of such pains. I would be incapable of such an effort, incapable, unworthy perhaps. Carochet is not, therefore, presenting a woman whose own mother was so monstrous that she prevented the development of maternal sentiment. Armand's mother is idealised because it's always far easier to be perfect in death. She's a role model too difficult to emulate. So motherless, Armand also has this imperfect relationship with her closest female friend, which is revealed here. No, Marie-Louise does not know. She cannot know. But me, I know. I know the instincts which master me, and those which desert me. I know what I want from life and what life wants from me, and what I can know and give happily by following my true path. As close as they are, there is already a distance between the two friends. Armand's vraie route, her true path, does not involve children, and indeed it doesn't really seem to involve female relationships, as from this point on, she says, il n'y a que Roger, rien que lui, Roger. There is only Roger, nothing but him, Roger. So here the heterosexual triumphs over the homosocial bond. So a bit more about the plot. Not long after Armand's marriage, Marie-Louise is engaged to a very sensible man whom she does not love, but who shares her desire to start a family as soon as possible. Marie-Louise therefore acts as a mirror to Armand, reflecting back the mother that society dictates she should be. So Marie-Louise delights in all the symptoms of pregnancy that disgust Armand, and she dotes over her young baby son, while Armand prefers to send her daughter and later her son to the countryside to be raised by a wet nurse for as long as possible to maintain her life with Roger. It's worth noting that by 1904, the practice of using wet nurses was really out of favour because it was seen to be so dangerous and the mortality rates of the babies was really high. So it is really quite remarkable that she's still choosing to send her children away. Unable to share the secret of her many abortive attempts and real feelings towards her children with anyone other than her husband, Armand's mental health begins to decline until she reaches breaking point in a final confrontation with Marie-Louise in chapter 28. Pregnant for a second time, Marie-Louise has once again come to visit her friend in the marital apartment. Reminiscent of the fleeting gaze that settled on the bed from the first scene we looked at, Marie-Louise is looking around the room when her eye is caught once again. On the hearth, vials were lying about at random. What did they contain, and what was written on their black and white labels? Involuntarily, the young woman's eyes could not tear themselves away from it. As with the fixation on the marital bed, Marie-Louise is drawn to the vials, and there is the same suggestion of innocence and fascination. But where the two women were not able to vocalise their inner stirrings in the first chapter, it is Armand who inadvertently opens the way for conversation, casually asking what her friend is looking at. Having forgotten the vials on the hearth, once she realises the gravity of the situation, her reaction is mixed. An imperceptible blush spread over her cheeks, but her voice remained calm and succinct. Rather than dismiss the subject, Armande instead challenges her friend into making the accusation. Ah, you're interested in it? No, but I'm surprised to see that at yours. That? What? But these drugs. Come on, I'm not mistaken, these drugs are abortive? Oh yes, absolutely, what about it? Such is the societal stigma that Marie-Louise is unable to say the word and Armande must finish the sentence for her. What is actually striking here, though, is that Marie-Louise is clearly not as innocent and naive to such matters, as she actually recognises the vials almost instantly as abortifacients. By uttering the word for her, Armande is suddenly empowered to admit the secret that she has hidden from everyone, and she's able to state her case matter-of-factly, without any hesitation. Ah oui, je m'en suis servi, mais sans succès, malheureusement. Oh yes, I have used them, but without success, unfortunately. She is finally able to own her actions and to defend herself against the very same accusations that have plagued her inner monologues throughout the novel. What? You're outraged? Oh yes, you are. Don't say that you aren't. Come on, I know. Abortion? You don't accept it. Isn't that right? It's a disgrace for you, an infamy. You consider those who turn to it as criminals? Well, you can think the same of me, because I have tried I don't know how many times to self-abort. Here she turns the idea of honte, disgrace, and infamy outwards, recognising that they are emotions that are imposed on her by society, and she's almost boastful as she aligns herself with the criminals, having tried so many times that she's even lost count. In speaking out, she finds a release for all of these conflicted feelings that have tormented her. At last she, apologise for the lengthy quotations, at last she broke the silence kept until then about the misery of her life, unloaded her heart, let herself be seen with her powerless and desperate anger. To scream what has suffocated her for so long, to scream her thoughts and her acts, scream her pain of not being like others, her sincere efforts in vain, the torture of her amorous being that nature had forced into maternity. To admit all, to be pitied or blamed, what did it matter? But to speak, say at last the words she had never dared utter. The very act of speaking is an act of defiance against nature, and the maternity it has forced on her. Unlike in an earlier inner monologue, where the desire to confess to a doctor-scientist came from the need for absolution, where she was looking for "ce n'est pas votre faute," it's not your fault. Here there is no such yearning. She simply speaks for the sake of speaking. When Marie-Louise questions her, however, comment toi, tu as pu faire cela? How could you do that? She is able to explain her actions in an outburst that spans 3 pages. Now, if you thought the quotations have been long so far, so I'm going to leave the French on the board for those of us that do read French, and if you do, try and block your ears to what I'm saying, because my translation is nowhere near as powerful as the original, but I will read the English. And I have already condensed it a little bit, but particularly with the spirit of today's conference, I didn't want to silence her voice anymore with such a powerful speech. You don't understand? Well, all right. Listen, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to explain to you. You may not understand at first, but that doesn't matter. It will soothe me. I didn't want children. Do you understand? I didn't want them. It was my right, maybe. My right? It was also my duty, because I already knew that I would make a bad mother. Yes, bad. And well, from the first month of my marriage, I was pregnant. Morally, physically, I am bruised, I am nauseous, exasperated, I can't go on. It doesn't matter. Nature wants me to give birth. You don't know what it is, you who desires only that, children. You do not know this torture of seeing oneself pregnant, while everything inside, on the contrary, rejects maternity. You don't know this desperate rage which takes one, to be thus a poor thing, a victim of fatal and blind laws, to not be able to control one's own body. So do you know what one does in these miserable moments? One does like me. One tries to assault it, this body, to detach from it what it bears. One swallows the odious drugs which are there. One ruins the stomach. One submits to 1,000 tortures. One invents them as needed. You don't know all that, you. You don't know what I've suffered. What I suffer still, because it hasn't finished, because it's starting again. In this outpouring of emotion, Armande begins with rhetoric familiar from the wider abortion debate. using from this period in France, using both the words droit, right, and duty, devoir, to defend herself. Where other feminist arguments of the time called for improved rights for women because they performed their maternal duties for society, here Armande uses the two terms differently. It is both her right and her duty not to be a mother, as she would be a bad and unwilling one. She explains her internal torments, moralement, physiquement, morally, physically, but soon her tone shifts to one that is more aggressive towards her audience. Although she opens with this idea of explaining to Marie-Louise, really she continues to challenge and deny her the possibility of understanding. So there's more examples of this in the French. Tu ne comprendras peut-être davantage, tu ne sais pas, tu ne le connais pas, tu ignores, which unfortunately in my English translation have all sort of come out as you don't know. Indeed, Marie-Louise is not able to understand. She can only offer a defence of abortion for the poor unwed mother, in French known as la fille mère. I accept, my God, at a push, that a poor abandoned girl without resources lets herself do. But you, married, set up, not having to hide your state, loved, supported, what a difference. What then follows is a debate between the two women, citing arguments from both sides, for and against abortion, or for and against motherhood even. In reaction to Marie-Louise's biological destiny argument, Armande retorts, we are organised physically to be mothers, that is evident. But must we be slaves to our bodies? Is it because nature has put reproductive organs in me that I must necessarily desire maternity? It's not everything to bring children into the world. You must love them, devote yourself to them. Armande thus highlights the importance of will and desire over physiology alone, and continues her focus on love as an essential quality in a mother. She refers to arguments from neo-Malthusian ideology, so this was a movement that came to prominence in France in the late 19th century and promoted the use of contraception to control fertility. We are starting right now to think that woman is not a thing, that she must be able to give life or not according to her will. But in general, we understand particularly that she abstained when she is too poor or ill, when she is sure to give birth into a life of misery or to transmit a physical defect. These are reasons, but there is one more. Woman should be able to remain infertile when her heart is not maternal, when nothing in her is roused at the thought of the child, when she is only a lover, like me. The neo-Malthusian arguments cited, therefore, they add weight to Armande's stance. Yet she also mentions them to criticise their narrowness and what they lack, a representation of women like herself. The so-called acceptable reasons to avoid or limit maternity are to prevent public shame and loss of reputation for the unwed mother, the fille mère, to ensure that one can provide financially for an existing family, or to stop the transmission of genetic disorders. Within these arguments, there is no possibility for a woman simply not to want to be a mother. In this way, Gavroche gives Armande a platform to defend herself and her actions, and by the end of the conversation, it does have some impact on Marie-Louise. She is not able to fully understand her friend's lack of maternal feeling, but she is affected by Armande's defence of romantic love. Love, do you see, when it is absolute, when it is for him, is really enough for the entire woman's existence. In the same way that Marie-Louise's comment on the cradle from chapter 1 was left ringing in Armande's ears after she leaves, this comment makes Marie-Louise question herself. Vaguely sad, vaguely disturbed, Marie-Louise thought herself. She replayed Armande's last words and said to herself that she did not, in fact, know what love was. The chapter ends, therefore, not with a judgment on Armande's actions and lack of maternal feeling, but with the possibility that Marie-Louise's chosen path is not the only legitimate one. The great success of Jean Gavroche's 1909 novel is how she tells the story of a married woman who does not conform to contemporaneous views on maternity. Un monstre, a monster, en dehors de la nature, outside of nature. But she does this in a new and sympathetic way. Where her female social circle cannot understand her, the reader is given a special insight into her feelings and motivations. As such, Gavroche gives a voice to an overlooked and misunderstood female identity, whose intense suffering throughout the novel, followed by her eloquent final speech, forces the reader to empathise with her. If I were to make a criticism of L'Ensemencé from today's reader, I would point to the heteronormativity of the novel and the binary roles available for women in Armand's new world, which suggests that women can reject maternity, but only in order to concentrate entirely on being a sexual partner to a husband. This limitation aside, Carochet's novel is more than worthy of study as the representation of an important but often excluded aspect of female identity. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anna Panda. She's assistant professor of French in the Department of Germanic and Romance Studies, University of Delhi. Her doctoral thesis was on theory of short story, and she has worked extensively on the 19th and 20th century French and Francophone short story and Francophone women writers. Today she will speak about identity and alienation in short story written by contemporary Francophone women writers of Quebec.
Thank you for the introduction and giving me the opportunity to present my paper. We are making quite a leap of 100 years almost and coming to the contemporary period. I don't know whether that is very appropriate for the rest of the panelists, but nevertheless, these are voices by women and very powerful one, and agonizing voices as well, because they are also suffering of a new element, which is alienation, which is also an avatar in the 20th and 21st centuries that men, women alike suffer. But I'm going to focus on what is the nature of alienation and women in particular suffer and talk about in their writings. And I'm locating my study in the context of Quebec, which is a Francophone province in Canada, and where the Francophone community is considered to be a minority community in opposition with the majority Anglophone community. The great Irish short story writer Frank O'Connor elucidates how the short story offers voice to the characters who find it difficult to integrate with social or communitarian assumptions. I quote, "In fact, the short story has never had a hero. What it has instead, a submerged population group, a bad phrase which I have had to use for want of a better. That submerged population changes its character from writer to writer, from generation to generation. It may be Gogol's officials, Turgenev's serfs, Maupassant's prostitutes, Chekhov's doctors and teachers, Sheridan Anderson's provincials, always striving to escape." End of quote. According to him, the short's narrative often lends voice to the most marginalized, alienated, and degraded sections of the society, which he calls a submerged population. By this term, the author refers to lonely, helpless individuals stripped of autonomous subjectivity. What they have in common is only an atomized individuality against a well-defined subjectivity based on life experiences of fulfillment and definite objectives. In the 20th century, brief narratives are thus made up of vulnerable, marginalized, desperate, and depersonalized beings. In other words, victims of the alienating conditions of the contemporary society. In the literary circles of Quebec, the genre of short fiction remained somehow ignored until the 1970s, which often reflects the editorial trends of France. Christina Miner, in her article, Short Story and Fragment When Rupture Brings Forth Innovation, explains how short fiction comes out of oblivion in Quebec only from the 1980s. She explains how the failure of the secessionist referendum in the 1980s reveals the absence of cohesive forces that used to unite the English-speaking and the French-speaking Canada through its nationalist ideals. Furthermore, this political split was accompanied by the dissolution of powerful institutions such as the family and the church, on which the traditional ethos of the society rested. This kind of socio-political disintegration leaves its mark on the psyche of the Quebecers, so much so that they seek to reorient themselves in relation to these significant transformations. Since the last decade of the 20th century, notes the scholar Christina Miner, he, the writer, very strongly feels the requirement to express himself, but he can no longer create a complete narrative because he finds it difficult to develop a coherent way of expressing it over several pages. With the help of unfinished and provisional sketches, he seeks to create a new language that can put his sensation into words The novel's way is non-navigable in any case, since it is not suitable to represent a polyhedral and unstable universe such as ours. The translation is mine. The impossibility of weaving a complex intrigue with several characters meditating on social issues inspires short storytellers to engage at a personal level with their psychic universe. Most of them pursue a quest to re-establish their own self, at a time when alienation reaches its climax, perhaps through fragmentary writing par excellence. The short fiction in this context represents the multiple fragments of the existence of alienated subject who appears as someone lacking a certain human capacity, such as an empty envelope. The short fiction in this sense evokes a fractured worldview of a disjointed daily life. To what extent the awareness of such fragmented life and its representation adding certain specificity in the narratives of women short story writers of our times? Do female characters created in these short fictional texts witness particular nuances of alienation? Although alienation remains a general experience of individuals in the capitalist world, feminists such as Sandra Butke draws our attention to the distinctive ways in which men and women react against alienating situations of their lives. In this paper, I seek to assess how the depiction of such experiences have become a major theme in the short stories penned by women writers from Quebec during the past 2 decades. In order to analyze the specific nature of alienation and identity crisis faced by protagonists evoked in these stories, I shall focus on 3 specific aspects, namely alienation, the self, the body, alienation and space, and the third one is alienation and language. Alienation, the self, and the body. While Karl Marx suggests that alienation in the capitalist framework is a result of labor relations that detach the worker from the products he makes, as well as the fellow workers, feminists are of the opinion that alienation affects women differently. Since a large section of women do not participate in the economic productions, they contribute nevertheless to cultural productions. Unlike men, women do not have the right to control these productions. In reality, they are created and projected by cultural production as an object. It is essential to remember here that their status as an object is not always imposed, but they voluntarily submit to their own objectification. Bharti states, knowing that she is to be subjected to the cold appraisal of the male connoisseur and that her life prospects may depend on how she is seen, a woman learns to appraise herself first. The sexual objectification of women produces a duality. It's duality in female consciousness. The gaze of the other is internalized so that I myself become at once seer and seen, appraiser and the thing appraised. Because of this, women detach from their own selves in order to take a critical look at their own existence, which Bharti defines as fashion-beauty complex. She affirms the fashion-beauty complex produces in woman an estrangement from her bodily being. At the one hand, I am it and I am scarcely allowed to be anything else. On the other hand, I must exist perceptually at a distance from my physical self, fixed at this distance in a permanent posture of disapproval. Thus, insofar as the fashion-beauty complex shapes one of the introjected subjects for whom I exist as object, I sense myself as deficient, nor am I able to control in any way those images which give rise to the criteria by which these deficiencies appear. By creating a double, women distance from their own ego and even end up seeing herself as a lack. By inventing an ideal pursuing it, the women lose consciousness of their own bodies. Now she lives an idealized image and a real body with real needs, both at the same time. What emerges from Bharti's research is that alienation affects the lives of women in a completely different way that has very little in common with the male experiences of alienation. By giving up control over their own body, the female subjects separate themselves from their own selves. The female characters created by the female short story writers of Quebec often come across as passive, helpless, and vulnerable objects who have no choice but to submit to the phallocentric cultural norms. On one hand, an alienated woman lives a double existence, herself and her body. Her fragmented experiences perpetuate this duality so that she does not manage to shape a unique image of herself. On the other hand, she continues to reappropriate the idealized images created by others and seek to reappear under pressure just to be recognized by their peers, thereby succumbing to narcissistic games. As a result, she goes to the extent of imposing unrealistic standards of assessment and success. The anonymous narrator of Marie-Cécile Labrechet's short story, my husband and my two little ones, states, I have a handsome husband who wants me to be perfect, to smile when he wants me to, but be there when he needs me, to disappear when he no longer needs me. That I have always my legs wide open and I sleep with his friends before his own eyes saying, I love you. This woman is thus under constant control of her husband who dictates all aspects of her life. It is as if she is disobeying her husband and responding to all his whims just to avoid the physical violence inflicted by her husband. Her body thus becomes a receptacle not only of the dictates of her cruel husband, but also of physical attacks disciplining her body. I too am skinny, but I have not always been like that before. I had nice round shapes, but he didn't find it pretty. So he cut my portions in half and banished chocolate and candy. He controls everything, my husband. He likes to control. That assures him. He controls my shape. He likes to say that I am his creation, that he made me a beauty, and that had he not picked me, I would be nothing. Nothing. Submitted to her husband, she tries to satisfy all the needs of her partner as well as her children. Torn by the needs of others, she disappears and forgets herself. She makes painful efforts to meet the most stupid and abusive demands of her husband. As a result, she is so lost that she is gradually transformed into a dehumanized monster like her husband. At the end, she puts on her husband's shoes in order to subvert the aggressor victim power play by turning her own children into accomplices. She hatches a demoniac project of physical torture of her husband. The other stories in this collection depict several female protagonists who undergo similar identity crises as they lose control over their own bodies, but I can't go into all that due to time. I move on to another story, La Version de Marchevier by Susan Jacob, elaborates how the specular play between the subject and the objects leads to subjective fragmentation and eventual disorientation of the self. The narrator of this short fiction, Mark, tells us how, from an initial hatred for spectacles, she is seduced by exhibitionism. She, who avoided mirrors in the beginning of the story, ends up accepting that women's life is always exposed to others' judgments, as if she is constantly being filmed by camera lens, and that human life is only a natural spectacle in which the subjects are assumed to play specific roles that are required for the spectacle. Previously, she was aware that the camera that monitors is only a way to reduce her to an object. Little by little, she realizes that her objectification is the only reality, and that there is no autonomous and independent ego that can assert itself by breaking the specular sequence. It is her husband who installs cameras everywhere in the house, even in their bedroom, so as to videotape everything that happens in and around their household. He also films their sexual acts, the most intimate scenes and events of their lives are thus part of the great spectacle that they weave together. They are both the subjects of their lives as a couple, but at the same time they are dissociated observers. The constant back and forth between objectivity and subjectivity is so disorienting that Marthe forgets the distinction between reality and spectacle, between lived experience and their idealized perceptions. She is concerned with perfecting her image and thus erasing herself so much that it would become difficult for her to relocate herself. She continues to readjust to the camera while denying the possibility of embracing herself through the real image. Her idealization reaches a climax at the moment when she develops a certain repulsion towards her own partner who made her fall in love with this artificial idealized life, lived only for spectacle. It is he, moreover, who inspires her to invent an idealized persona, henceforth replacing his real companion. Present in person. Living through the images, Marthe refuses to confront the reality when Karin, their young neighbor, confesses her love to Marthe in her husband's presence during one of their threesome sexual acts. No, it became all clear to me. She wanted me. She didn't want a picture of the two of us at all. But the two of us, without forgetting, without interference, it was horrible. It was absolutely impossible for me to re-enter a mode of reality that I did not remember existed. The artificially created idealized imagery world of the spectacle then emerges with reality and idealized identity experienced by the real characters. Enchanted by the image, Marthe cannot, however, make a return to the real world. Such is the degree of the disorientation and alienation from her own self. She is incapable of loving Karin as she takes her away from the spectacle and tries to reintegrate her into the everyday life. Victim of the narcissistic specular game, she realizes at the end of the story the danger of identifying with an idealized self-image. Although in reality it is her husband who strangles Karin to death, In a fit of jealousy, the videotape tells another story. The video fixes her image as a murderer of her own lover. She is accused and tried for the murder of Karim on the basis of the filmed evidence. An artificially projected truth replaces thus the reality. At the end, she seems to be responsible for a double murder, that of her beloved and of her own self, that becomes the prisoners of her projected images. The protagonists of many other short fiction written by women writers suffer similar experiences of subjective alienation and depersonalization by scrutinizing their own existence as an object. Female subjects of these narratives therefore make no effort to identify and assert their desire in relation to their own physical beings, but to that created by others. Alienation in space. The second set of questions that the women short story writers of Quebec of this period addresses is how the female protagonists of the stories locate themselves in relation to their space. The scholar Barbara Henry confirms another mode of alienation that applies specifically to women is the atomization of our lives that arises from living in spatially and generationally separate domiciles, so that women relate very little to other women. This kind of spatial, geographic or topographic separation generates experiences of alienation in most of the narratives by women short story writers of Quebec. Many of these stories are located either as non-places or non-lieu or closed spaces. Indeed, the enclosed space proliferates in these narratives. On the one hand, in the form of isolated houses or rooms with little connection to the outside world, prison or monk cells, island, bar, hospital room, artist studio, to name a few. Individuals are imprisoned in these spaces without any possibility of escape. In the collection Amour et autres violences, Love and Other Violences by Marie-Cécile Labrèche, the home is a space of abuse and violence. The alienated subjects here seem to suffer from a certain paralysis which does not allow them to escape. The violence is so normalized that the victims cannot think of other means of living. In the short story Cane and Stars, Kane et Étoile, the main character, who is a woman, divides her life between her house, where her husband's cane reigns, and the free space of the sky where the stars reign, the non-place of her dream. The first person narrator says, "I'm looking out of the window, lots of little stars twinkle. I want to run away. Go out, run, leave, but no, I'm not doing anything. I stay there and watch." She is so far removed from the reality that she concludes that the only way to save herself from her husband's abuses and to reach the stars is by inserting the cane, the torture machine, deep inside her body. She refuses to leave despite the fact that her husband is a handicapped one and can't move. Still, she decides to stay back and commit suicide at the end of the story. Hélène Monette, in her work Pleasures and Kitsch Landscapes, emphasizes the void that defines the spaces she visits using her narrative. In this collection, she creates an aesthetic of emptiness by referring to concrete spaces that transform into non-lieu. Fragments of disparate scenes break out in concrete places such as the street, square, Chinese restaurant, apartments, library, office, sidewalks, abstract spaces such as perpetual construction site, elsewhere, surface, inside, the tender kingdom, etc. Spaces without limits, such as tender kingdom, heaven, everywhere, etc. The faceless protagonists populate and wander through these sites without a sense of belonging. These spaces emerge out of nowhere and then fade into nothingness with an equally vigorous momentum. Monique Proul, in her collection Aurore Borealis, evokes the city of Montreal as a city of passive exile, disorientation, and reconciliation. The short story, The True Nature of Water, from the collection Son Cœur et Son Reproche, presents the image of Montreal frozen, cold, and paralyzed to highlight the city's depressing and distressing conditions. Instead of portraying the city in flux, a porous space of sliding and jostling, slippage, and encounter, she presents a numbing winter landscape that paralyzes all kinds of movement. The protagonist of the story, Gabrielle, observes, "The city is an island. The bridges that connect it to the wall have just closed down because of melting frost that puts the vehicles in danger. The city is now a prison." Since the urban space is somewhat barricaded, stranded city dwellers occupy inaccessible enclosures there, like an icy islet. Just like their frozen habitat, human relationships also break down to such an extent that they become strangers to each other. Gabrielle never felt so alone as she was as she was with them. Them here refers to an Aboriginal family affected by the winter disaster that Gabrielle decides to shelter at her home in order to put an end to her alienated existence. Yet, with them, she feels more out of place, secluded even in her own home. In another story, Yes or No, We all know, the writer deals with the debates around the self-imposed alienation of the Quebec province by the Francophone communities. By referring to the political events that unfold with the secessionist referendum of the 80s, the narrator seeks to criticize how Quebec tries to assert its distinctive political-cultural identity, thereby alienating themselves from their Anglophone compatriots. It's also the story of a confused little country embedded in a big country. Sometimes it sleeps peacefully in the bed of the big accommodating country, dreaming that it is at home. Sometimes it dreams that the big country is embracing and engulfing it in its marshy sheets, and it wakes up before disappearing. The small country is in a period of awakening and asphyxiation. It claims a bed of its own to escape the suffocating embraces of the big country. The woman called Alien, homonymous with the term alien in English, interprets the efforts of the small country to isolate itself from the big country as isolationist tendencies of her fellow Quebecers. Alien is embarrassed by this kind of seclusion and distances herself from her husband, who is a great supporter of secession. She then dreams of liberating herself from her prison-like home where Alien is forced to live a restrained life. In the prologue to this collection entitled Yellow and White, the narrator proclaims, "At some point, I learned to recognize knives." At some point, I learned to recognize knives. There were 129 kinds of knives of different size and shape. I was terrorized to find out that there were, in this fabulous country, 129 ways to sever, and that I only knew one. This remark by a young exiled Chinese immigrant to Quebec reveals how much she deplores the alienating conditions of the city of Montreal. For this Chinese, the reality of Quebec can be described essentially by the metaphor of severing and fragmentation, characteristic of a region which tends to isolate itself from the rest of the Canadian Confederation as well as the integrated population groups. Language and alienation. The third aspect of alienation that these short fictions from Quebec deals with is a linguistic alienation. These female short storytellers use language as a tool to translate a certain dismantling of meaning. First of all, the narration is formed through a proliferation of negative signs such as nothing, never, none, that shatters coherence and meaningful sequences. This narrative, there is nothing to do. She doesn't want to know anything. We laugh for nothing like that that lasted 50 years. You never came here, you either. There is nothing to do. I know, I will do nothing. This narrative is thus composed of negative utterances. Even affirmative formulations are replete with expressions having negative connotations such as emptiness, loss, gap, etc. The short story, Kalmari, describes Fabian's efforts to write story based on the absence, the void, and non-event that never happens. The narrator explains this story as follows. She does not seem to experience any embarrassment in creating her current reality from the blatant lack of reality. Where would it be to exercise a series of coincidences that keep us away from the real scene that I would launch out in my turn in an unbridled tale of how nothing happens to me. Fabian's narrative focuses on nothingness since she arrives on the scene after the main incident on which the plot of a short story could have been based. Therefore, the narrative signs do not designate a concrete meaning but a sequence of disarticulation of meaning. The language that is available to female subjects does not allow them to relate to their concrete reality because it highlights a void that has taken root in these languages. Just like their bodies, women believe that language is ineffective and inadequate in filling the emptiness in their lives. The protagonist of We All Know, Alien, speaks to Nick Rosenfield, an Anglophone with whom she sometimes slept in English, a foreign language. She uses English to express the most intimate emotions to him, but due to her lack of fluency in the language, she seems distant from her lover. They always speak in their own language. The conversation is perilous, of course. Whenever Nick Rosenfield hangs up on the other hand of the line, she searches and finds too late in the dictionary what she could have said. She prepares terribly effective sentences that fail to make any impression the moment they are pronounced. Your accent is adorable. The conversation thus remains inept and uneven. In this short story, the language does not serve to communicate or affirm identity, but rather to indicate the distance among the characters. Language does not reduce distance, on the contrary, accentuates the gap. In addition, the language transforms alien to another, a complete stranger of a lover. It becomes impossible for her to express her love for Nick in English. Alien who feels suffocated from the alienating atmosphere of a small country seeks a route to escape with the help of her romantic relationship with Nick, who promised her a more open and inclusive future amongst the majority Anglophone community. Despite her dream of a more cohesive future, the language that has the potential of forming cultural bonds fails to perform its role and becomes a tool to highlight cleavage and rupture. I will just straight go to the conclusion because there's no time. These few examples of the short stories analyzed in this paper allow us to observe to what extent alienation is a bitter reality of female subjects in the contemporary era in the context of Quebec. The short fictions offer a deep and intimate relation on the various aspects of the nature of depersonalization of these individuals. The political demands for autonomy and the separation from the English-speaking majority leave major imprints on the psyche of the writers. Most of them try to address their fears of political alienation through the more complex representation of the negative dynamics of this type of alienation. The three forms of alienation identified above allow us to realize how the main characters of the short stories embark on bitter struggles to fill their void and their distress in a politically polarized context. Most of these short story writers are moreover critical to the separatist desires of the French-speaking community and warn us about the dangers and dangerous consequences of such isolationist tendencies by portraying alienated characters and their struggle to deal with their respective modes of identity crisis that do not allow them to carve a unique identity for themselves, just like the Quebec province that is caught in a political limbo after the silent revolution. Thank you.
But, okay, so our speaker for this session is Eleonora Carinci. Eleonora graduated in Italian literature at La Sapienza University in Rome and earned a PhD from the University of Cambridge in 2009 with a dissertation entitled Lives of the Virgin Mary by Women Writers in Post-Tridentine Italy. After her PhD, she was awarded a Society for Renaissance Studies Rubinstein Fellowship, as well as a British Academy Liverpool Small Research Grant and a Gladys Preble Delmas Foundation Venetian grant to undertake her research on Camilla Erculiani. Her recent publications include a number of journal articles and chapters in edited collections focusing on various authors, including Vittoria Colonna, Chiara Matraini, Moderata Fonte, Lucrezia Marinella, Camilla Erculiani, and Felice Rasponi, as well as a modern edition, she also has a modern edition of Camilla Erculiani's Lettere di Filosofia Naturale, which was out in 2016. All right, okay, version, but I read what. Okay, so.
Okay, thank you, Silvia. So I would like to thank the organizers of this beautiful conference for giving me the opportunity to be here. So, the story of the interpretation of the text I'm talking about today, namely the so-called Vita della Madre Felice Rasponi, scritta da una monaca, which is a dialogue about the life of a nun, Felice Rasponi, written around 1572 and left manuscript. It is a very interesting example of how a woman identity can be constructed and misinterpreted over time. The text is not, or at least is not only helpful for its content, and it was not unknown or forgotten. Actually, the Vita has never been forgotten, or at least not too much, and represents the main source of what we know about Rasponi's life. What allows us to consider the Vita from a different perspective and makes it an important document for recovering a woman's identity and returning her a voice.
is that the manuscript was never attributed to its actual author, who is in fact, as I will show in a moment, Felice Rasponi herself. And consequently, it has never been read as an expression of rebellion against the status quo. Felice Rasponi's name is well known in Ravenna. There is also a street after her name. Her manuscript, published in 1883 by the local historian Corrado Ricci, is known by critics. However, Felice Rasponi is remembered even today mainly as a beautiful, pious, humble, and learned abbess, a pia monachella, author of 2 devotional works, more or less in line with the Tridentine rules, who lived an unhappy life but reacted to her misfortune with resignation and faith. As we will see, such a figure, which probably in a way was promoted by Rasponi herself, was not very compatible with the author of a work like the Vita. And mainly for this reason, Rasponi's authorship was actually denied a priori by most of her biographers, compromising for centuries the interpretation of the text and the memory of its author. I will try today to propose a new image of Felice Rasponi, identifiable not only as a victim of a system in which women were not free to decide about their life, but also as a voice who tried to condemn this system, underlining its limits, similarly to other women of her time. Felice Rasponi, born in 1522 and dead in 1579, belonged to the noble family of the Rasponi from Ravenna. Like other young women of her time, she was forced to become a nun, and in 1537, when she was 15, she took her vows at the Benedictine convent of Sant'Andrea Maggiore in Ravenna. Between late 1560s and early 1570s, she published 2 books. A discourse on... Sorry. Where is it? A discourse on the knowledge of God, del ragionamento sopra la cognizione di Dio, believed to be lost until very recently, but I found a copy of it in the Vatican Library, and a dialogue of the excellence of monastic life, il dialogo dell'eccellenza dello stato monacale. But I managed to find documents which allow us to believe that she is also the author of the Vita. The manuscript of the Vita was published in 1883, as we said, by Corrado Ricci. When he published the text, Ricci underlines its importance for biographical and historical aspects, and as a testimony of actual convent life, and attributed the manuscript to Serafina Maioli, best friend of Rasponi, younger than her, and nun in Sant'Andrea in the same years. In 1888, Albert Gagné, in his Confession d'une abbesse du XVIe siècle, tried to suggest that the Vita was in fact an autobiography written by Rasponi herself. Unfortunately, Gagné's book is a clear plagiarism of Ricci. He massively uses Ricci's work and republishes his archival findings without mentioning him. For this reason, Ricci was furious. So, when writing his pamphlet against Gagné, Fra monache e letterati, contributo alla storia dei plagi, Ricci does not even consider that the only original idea expressed in the book could be considered seriously. He simply denied Gagné's idea that the Vita was in fact an autobiography without further investigation, and justifying this conviction, writing that, I read in Italian, I have a rough, terrible translation, basta conoscere un po' nella storia l'ineffabile modestia e la bontà rassegnata di Felice, onde ebbe la sua fama e fu badessa più volte, per non credere possibile che ella potesse scrivere un panegirico sfacciato di sé e un libello feroce per le monache a lei soggette. However, like Gagné, I always believed that Rasponi wrote the Vita, and I will finally demonstrate that the manuscript was in fact handwritten by Rasponi herself. This discovery can allow us to consider the work and to reconsider the work and the figure of Rasponi. In 1564, Felice Rasponi gave a sealed will to the notary Francesco Mercati. And she says that he subscribed it by her hand. la sua propria madre. If you compare the autograph final lines of the will with the handwriting of the manuscript of the Vita, it is clear that the hand is the same. I don't know if it is possible to see it, but the most peculiar letters, such as P, V, G, but also the other ones, are without any doubt written by the same person. Considering that it is very unlikely that someone else signed Rasponi's will, or that Rasponi copied someone else's work about her life, also making corrections and adjustments, I believe that it is safe to say that the author of the manuscript of the Vita was Rasponi herself. The 18th century Benedictine monk Benedetto Fiandrini, who certainly wrote and probably authored the frontispiece of the manuscript, recognized the manuscript as a text who could have scandalized the reader. Leggete ma non vi scandalizzate. Read but do not scandalize. But not be scandalized. As I said, the Vita is a dialogue, taking place, as many other Renaissance dialogues, in a little garden. It includes a conversation between two nuns, Serafina and Aurelia, probably named after Serafina Maioli and Aurelia Rasponi, two nuns in Sant'Andrea, respectively a close friend and a niece of the author. In the fiction of the dialogue, their beloved Felice Rasponi had recently died. Serafina, who considered her more than a mother, tells the story of the tormented life of Rasponi, from when she was enforced by her cruel mother Giovanna Fabri to become a nun, to her experience and pain in the corrupt convent of Sant'Andrea, which she considered a prison full of envious and lascivious nuns. To the aspiring lovers of Rasponi, the monachini, who visited the parlor and sometimes entered the cloister to see the nuns and sometimes having affairs with them, to her only platonic lover, who, after 3 years of apparently mainly written exchanges, abandoned Rasponi, leaving her in great pain. Until the unwanted but perfectly achieved role of abbess of the convent, which took place in the complicated moment on which convents had to cope with new post-Tridentine rules. Aurelia, on the other hand, reboots with tales of lay women and their always disastrous love experiences, aiming to show men's defects, such as cruelty, inconsistency, lack of empathy, and to underline the miserable condition of secular women. Each episode of Rasponi's life in the convent, narrated by Serafina, is followed by a brief comment by Aurelia and the story of a lay woman, a sort of novella, which recalls some of Rasponi's trouble, aiming to underline how women were miserable also outside convents. Each story ends with some consideration on men's inconsistency, cruelty, and falsity. After Aurelia's narration, Serafina continues her story of Rasponi's life, highlighting how Felice's life was always worse than that experienced by the characters of Aurelia's stories. For instance, after the story of a woman who had been betrayed by abandoned by her husband, Serafina said that at least this woman had been happy for a period of her life. Or referring to another one who had a relationship with a married man, Serafina says that she had some responsibility in their troubles, while poor Felice was mainly the victim of other nuns' envy and bad fortune. The result is a sort of competition for the worst status of women, in fact without a winner. There is one thing in which the two nuns completely agree. Most of men cannot be trusted, because they are selfish, betrayers, and unrespectful of women's feelings and desires. Therefore, the Vita is far to be a simple biography, as it was mainly presented. It has nothing to do with convent chronicles or with those spiritual autobiographies often written by nuns and aspiring saints on request of their confessors. And it is not only a lively testimony of 16th century convent life before and after the Council of Trent. It is a literary autobiography in form of dialogue, aiming to defend the author from rumors and accusation of bad conduct. And at the same time, it denounces the condition of women and evaluates their opportunities or non-opportunities in early modern society, whatever they were, nuns or lay women. To do so, rather than representing different opinions of the speakers, the author let them express their points of view through exemplary narratives, the life of the Sponi and the lives of the lay women, offering the reader a not very optimistic comparison. The text has at least 3 forms of rebellion denounced of the status quo within its lines, showing that the author was well informed about the contemporary querelle de femmes and in general about the trend of the period concerning women. Rasponi seems to write a dialogue to express her opinion about the practice of enforcing young women without vocation into convents, about the majority of men who both outside and inside the convents want to rule women, and indirectly about what a nun was allowed to read and write. So, first point, what emerges in Serafina's description of Rasponi's life and the convent is that the effects of enforcing young women into convents include the increment of unhappy persons and lascivious nuns. Rasponi, of course, is presented as the good one, the sheep within wolves, the victim of a cruel system and unfortunate destiny, who reacted to her pain by crying, spending weeks ill in bed without speaking, and finally by writing. She had tried unsuccessfully to react to when her mother forced her to enter the convent, apparently against the will of her beloved father, dead when Felice was a small child. As a little girl, she was afraid of her mother, but she tried to contrast her decision, dicendole che la madre che dovesse porsi all'ordine per girsene alle suore di Santa Chiara la misera, tremante come foglia al vento, le rispose non volersi far monaca. Ma la crudel Medea tanti schiaffi, pugni e calci le diede, che la lasciò tutta sangue in nera, e tanti capelli quanti preso aveva, tutti del capo le spezze. And there are several passages like this in the text. However, perhaps a strong female figure such as Giovanna Fabri, Rasponi's mother, known by historians for her political and administrative abilities after the death of her husband, transmitted to her daughter some of her strength. Felice, despite her destiny, did not change her mind about the convent. Violence did not stop her to use her voice to condemn violence. We don't know to what extent fiction transformed facts, but certainly the message of the dialogue is clear. For Rasponi, forcing a woman to enter a convent against her will is a form of violence, and it is not right. In writing the dialogue, Rasponi represents all her anger against the damned convent, maledetto convento, the damned priest, maledetto prete, who gave her the veil, and of course the damned nuns, maledette monache, who disseminated rumors about her and had clandestine relations with some of the so-called monachini, who used to visit the convent. The other nuns are described with all the possible negative attributes. One refers to them and their circumstances. Also the language changes. Sometimes it is nearly comic, low, colorito, as when she mentions the love affair of one of the nuns with a friar. When the new abbess is elected, Rasponi writes that the malicious sect elected Camilla, who is mad, gossip monger, drunk, greedy, imprudent, sphere, and full of any kind of vice and weakness. So Rasponi denounces the conduct of the cloistered nuns, certainly with the required moralist of the time, but at the same time, doing so, she underlines that convents were not placed for women without vocation. Concerning the relationship between men and women, if on the one hand, other nuns used to have affairs with monachini, she introduces herself as the one who always refused their stalkers, despite the insistence, the letters, the gift, the poems that they used to send to her, and that she includes in the dialogue. Indeed, one of the aspiring lovers was apparently happy to marry her even without a dowry, and make her finally free from the prison she hated. But she refused also him, and Aurelia, praising her constancy, says, deve giudicare men male lo star ferrata che libera in compagnia d'uomo a lei odioso, e per avventura se si fosse lasciata portare da folle lesioni con discendere ai suoi voleri, forse sarebbe al fine pentitasi. Rasponi's no can also be read as a form of power and self-definition. While she could not have any control against her mother's decision, in her position, she has the right to refuse someone she does not like. However, in the end, she fell in love with a man who had been impressed by her writings. Their love is described as a platonic love, as an Aristotelic friendship, rather than a lascivo amore, a lascivious love. But the reaction of Felice, when he abandoned her after 3 years, is the one of a broken, abandoned woman, similar to those described by Aurelia. I don't have a translation here. But his love turned in eyes for no other reason than for being a man. So, the judgment on men is ultimately negative, at least as trustable lovers, because in some cases, as the text, friendship with men is possible. The third, less direct form of rebellion concerned profane literature. It is known that in convents books circulated, and they were not necessarily devotional books. But through her work, Rasponi, without mentioning it directly, shows a clear interest and knowledge for books not canonically suitable for nuns. She certainly read the novellas, Renaissance dialogues such as Castiglione and Bembo, and who knows, perhaps also Aretino, lyric love, poetry. And as we know from her Ragionamento sopra la cognizione di Dio, a number of selve, those collection of stories and anecdotes on various topics so popular at the time, also in convents. Many nuns at the time wrote pieces of literature, also poetry and theater. But what is new in Rasponi's vita is that she wrote a full dialogue in which faith and devotion are completely absent, and that, despite her innocence within the damned nuns, some passages would have been considered unacceptable if the text had a larger circulation. We don't know to what extent the manuscript circulated, but certainly it did within a very strict circle of people. We need still some research on that. Obviously, it was impossible and certainly dangerous, especially for a nun, to publish such a text. And the fact that the other 2 printed works are more acceptable and on religious topics is a sign that she was perfectly aware of the situation. Probably she was advised by someone. The Dialogo dell'Eccellenza dello Stato Monacale is a more canonical work on which is the better choice for a woman between being a nun or a wife. And obviously, the religious choice of the religious choice is the more hospitable for a woman. In a way, the theme is the same, but the style, the tone, and the topic are completely different and perfectly acceptable. It is probably the result of a process in which a phase of resignation and appreciation of the positive aspects of the convent for a woman follow the rebellion, without, however, stopping to condemn the violence of forcing a young woman to become a nun. In conclusion, we can say that Felice Rasponi's personality was definitely different from what history told us. The attribution of the vita to Rasponi returns her voice and tells us something about a woman who tried to react to a system and express her very unusual perspective. If she was not able to recognize a third way for women, different from marriage and convent, she would have certainly appreciated it.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Isabel Harvey. Isabel is postdoctoral fellow at the Humboldt University in Berlin and at the Università Ca' Foscari in Venezia. She obtained her PhD from McGill University with a dissertation entitled Constructing a Religious Identity by Corporeal Practices, the Explanation and Staging of the Body Among Counter-Reformation Italian Nuns. Her forthcoming publications include Retraite, Église, Rue de Naples, Les Espaces de la Vie Spirituelle de Suora Paola Maresca, selon son confesseur, and also and she also has a publication with Xenia von Tippelskirch, Un retraite, la solitude créatrice au prisme du genre, And she also has articles and papers, including visiting convents, hospitality practices of nunneries in the Papal States, 1592-1605, which was published in David Goldstein and Marco Piana, Early Modern Cultures of Hospitality. Her paper today is entitled De Regularibus et Monialibus, chapter 2, 3, and 16, Clement VIII and the Economic Reform of Nunneries.
So, hi everyone. I'm really happy to be here. Also, if it's raining, it's my first experience with rain like this. So in Canada, it's snowing. In Rome, it's just beautiful time. So in December 1599, the nuns of Santa Maria delle Povere in Perugia wrote to Rome in order to report a strange refusal from their bishops. While experiencing financial difficulties 3 years earlier, they had obtained permission to accept new recruits and to use the dowry to meet their most urgent needs: wheat, wine, olive oil, what we need to eat. They select 2 girls who then prepaid their dowries in order to secure their spot. Once they reached the appropriate age, the bishop abruptly refused to give them their veils. To which he said, having claimed the comment of your most illustrious lord in forbidding that no Mendician monastery can accept your I'm reading translation and you have the original version on the PowerPoint, okay? I was too lazy to go. The Bishop of Perugia applied here a Roman directive that aimed to suppress the mendicancy of religious order. This was the first step in a broad economic reform led by Clement VIII across all his territorial possessions. From now on, the monastic practice of mendicancy should disappear. For the Poveri nuns, the situation was catastrophic. They would have to repay the dowries, which had been spent long ago. And without the possibility of begging, famine would be on their doorstep. This distress of the nuns of the Monastery delle Poveri gave matter to rethink the historiography of more women convents. The central topic of this historiography is the Tridentine enclosure, which is perceived as the main monastic question of the Counter-Reformation. For example, Christopher Black presents the history of convents in the early modern period by pointing out only the fact that they deserve a broader consideration, because Tridentine attempt to enforce strict enclosure constitute a major revolutionary attempt with wide social implications. No word about economic reform. However, the voice of the hour, the ordinary nuns talking about their everyday life, portray another Tridentine reform, the economic one. Economic reform was omnipresent in the decree De Regularibus et Monialibus. Chapter 2 recalled the vow of property. Chapter 3 obliged all monasteries to own property from which they could draw some rental income, while Chapter 16 prohibited the acceptance of novices and their dowries before they were in age to enter the convent. All the economic reform of convent led by Clement VIII was applied in the local realities of pontifical states. What were its effects on nuns, and how did they react to change? It is possible to hear the voice of the nuns through the archives of the Congregation of Bishop and Regular, a very peculiar source which describes the relationship between the central power of Rome and the peripheries under its authority. The Congregation of Bishop and Regular, this is an example of the index, secret archives. The Congregation of Bishop and Regular is the Roman institution responsible for administrating the issue of regular order on a daily basis. The part of the archive is divided into 2 main categories: the positiones, that gather together all the letters from the diocese on Rome, and the legislata contain the Roman decision. I opt to explore the positiones, the letters sent by the peripheries, so bishop, but also secular authorities, monasteries, and family, that allow us to explore local issue and listen to the word of people. My analysis is based on a sample composed of about 1,500 letters from 1,000 of dioceses in the Papal States between the end of the 16th century and the beginning of the 17th century. The main source for income of women convent was the annuities provided by their states. But in the last decade of the 16th century, they were generally not sufficient. On May 1st, 1592, the Bishop of Perugia explained the situation as follows. Having consumed all that alms which they got for the whole year by the ordinary distribution, they remained without any allocation of credit to be able to maintain their life. A difficult spring, but not a unique situation. These lamentations were recurrent. In February 1601, the Bishop of Foligno told them that their misery was such insupportable that two nuns tried to end their lives badly. One with the rope, and the other with wanting to throw herself into a water tank. In reality, nuns created a system allowing them to compensate for the low incomes, which quickly became a vicious circle. They were accustomed to accept new recruits several years before they were old enough to take their vows at 16 years old. Convent received the dowry at the time of the agreement, which was often used immediately to buy food. This was the case in San Bernardo in Ferrara, where the abbess and the nun of it asked to order the bishop to allow that the said monastery would be employed, as usual, in pairing off debt, in making some reserve of necessary things to live for the following year, which wasn't until the restaurant. If we don't provide them with this permission, they will surely die of hunger. This practice was formally prohibited by the 16th chapter of the Tridentine Decree, because later, monks found themselves in the position of having to accept a girl without sufficient means to feed her. To overcome this problem, it was permitted to accept supernumerary girls. The number of nuns was fixed by papal decree, but it was possible to accept more girls if they paid a double dowry. This provision could help relieve debts, but it became so widely used that monastery often counted double, triple residents. An overpopulation was chronic, like in Perugia. Already in 1574, a bull of Gregory XIII was fixed at 250 the number of nuns that the 8 poorest convent could contain according to their patrimony. At that time, there were 503 nuns. The objective was to reduce this number, but the emergency always demanded more dowries. And in 1592, there were 507. To complete this economic system, based on the anticipation of the dowries to be received, nuns have also developed other sources of funding. The most visible is mendicants. At the dawn of the 17th century, practically all convents of the Pontifical State were mendicant. In groups of 2 or 4 nuns, often converse nuns, went out periodically to ask alms from the inhabitants of the surrounding area. Other income come from hospitality. Lay women in search of some spiritual help rent apartments in convents, or widows found their refuge in exchange of some property. However, toward the end of the 16th century, these additional income were no longer sufficient. The convents of the Papal States were increasingly entangled in debt and overpopulation. The situation was aggraved by a series of disastrous harvests that reduced the profitability of their patrimony. The majority of the letters asking Rome for the permission to use dowry to buy food mentioned climatic disaster. In Ferrara, for example, the nuns of Santa Caterina in Siena told us that they were miserable because of the general flood that suffered this duchy, while those of Santa Maria delle Grazie explained that they were in extreme needs of bread and wine for the little harvest they got for now many years, and particularly in this year, in 1601, because of the flood. It was a series of harsh winters that accelerated the acceptance of supernumerary girls. Emergency solutions were adopted in the dioceses where the situation was the most critical. For example, in 1574 in Perugia, confraternities were forced to give some help to the 8 parish convents of the city. The idea was to give some sporadic help for a few years until the number would reduce. But a generation later, in 1600, the situation only got worse. Elsewhere in Foligno, the bishop sought to force the family of the nuns to provide their needs, giving some money to the convent during the famine of 1601. During the decade 1590, all monasteries frequently asked for a license to go out to beg. This request was so routine that in Nocera, the bishop asked in a letter for such a permit for all monasteries of the town. He asked for the grace that in the said city and diocese, some monastery of poor nuns may receive the license, allowing them to send a couple of nuns to seek alms according to what seemed necessary to them. However, in September 1600, the Congregation of Bishop and Regular received an anonymous letter from Gubbio that denounced. And here is the shift. The converse nun, of these choir nuns, are used of leaving the cloister as they wish, so as to beg. So this denunciation seemed to call into question the presence of nuns outside the enclosure. But in fact, the real problem was the act of begging. It is the beginning of this large-scale undertaking of economic reform of convent. Combined with the series of disastrous harvests, nuns became an unwanted presence in the street. Clement VIII assigned the economic reform of convent to two groups of clergymen, the Congregation of Bishops and Regular in Rome and the local bishops. Clement VIII, like his predecessor, was very attentive to the choice of bishops. He must count on them both for the application of Tridentine reform and for the centralization of power in Rome. On their side, the bishops consolidated their own power. They centralized their affair of Roman convent, called the confraternity into account, and interfere in the internal affair of monastic order. The economic reform in the pontifical state began with its most important and most central city, Perugia, as witnesses by the sister of the Monastero delle Povere mentioned in the introduction. They were the first to be denied the right to give their abbey to new recruits on the pretext that they were mendicants. The reform strategy was really simple: to refuse new acceptation as long as the convent had to rely on mendicancy to survive, and to reduce the number of nuns and abolish the practice of supernumeraries. Returning to the number fixed by the constitution should help to rebalance their finances. This was what the Bishop of Terni proposed in the Convent of the Annunziata in 1601. Now, Monsignor the Bishop, during the last visit, suggested that he wanted to reduce and decrease the number below 20, under the pretext that the ordinary and extraordinary income of the monastery is not enough to maintain 25 ordinary nuns. This reform was designed for the long term. The nuns of the target convent will continue to go out to seek alms until the number of nuns had reduced by itself. So we just wait that they die. Once the balance between mouth to feed and income will be restored, the nuns will stop begging and will be able to respect enclosure. In theory, this model seemed to work. In less than a generation, the situation should return to normal. However, between the dowries to return and the food crisis, at the time of the application of this new rule, it was a complete panic, only to provide for everyday life. Soon the crisis that started in Perugia, happening at the Monastero delle Povere, spread to other mendicant monasteries in Perugia. In January 1600, the veil was denied to a girl in San Paolo under the same pretext. Similar cases followed in April in San Antonio and in August at the Beata Columba. The economic reform became generalized across all convents of Perugia as early as autumn 1600. The rule that caused such a commotion in Perugia, however, did not affect the neighboring diocese of Nocera in 1600. The sister of Sant'Anna of Sigilio requested our listeners to exit the cloister wall in 1601 in search of alms, since as they are listeners for the present holy year, so it's 1600, they find themselves in need of anticipating the lessons. It is likely that they felt the climate shifting and becoming more restrictive. Indeed, they were wise to seek to secure their freedom of movement for the coming year, because things changed drastically in 1601. Several convents wrote to Rome asking to order their bishop to allow girls to take the veil, which he had refused under the pretext that this monastery, talking about San Girolamo, but it's one example among many others, like the other of this so-called land, is maintained by begging. At the same time, the situation was even more confused in Casteldurante, a small place controlled by a local abbot. It's not in the pontifical state at that moment. When in 1601 he received the Roman directive regarding the economic reform, he considered himself the only master of Islam and was determined to stand up to Rome. But the congregation did not intend to abandon the battle, and the abbot was already trying to introduce the reform a year later. It is thus possible to observe the circulation of economic reform on the territory of the pontifical states. First came Rome, and next the most important cities of Perugia, Ferrara had just entered the Papal States. Next came the Adriatic city, Fano, Pesaro, Rimini. Finally, the reform slowly spread around the center following the Via Flaminia, Nocera, Cosombrone, Orte, Terni. At the very end, the most isolated city, Casteldurante, Cagli, Gubbio. Nuns on their side sought to negotiate special permission, all arguing that their situations were unique. Like that. Some other governments sought to support the most powerful, sought the support of the most powerful people, such as San Bernardino, Sant'Angelo in Vado, which provide a letter of recommendation from Cardinal Farnese, and another letter from the administrator of their convent. Other convents chose literally to manipulate their books, just play with numbers. This was what episcopal administration of Perugia discovered only in 1605. In 1601, and the nuns of several convents had voluntarily reduced their income, so as to force the confraternity to give them subsidies. Because in the book of the income of nuns monastery of Perugia sent to the Sacred Congregation in the year 1601, there is an important error caused by the nun who did not give the right numbers. However, the consequence of such falsification was the opposite. The new acceptance were completely blocked in order to reduce the number of nuns. In 1605, the situation was already critical. Many inhabitants of Perugia, having in their house a field of girls in age of getting married, they can neither marry them nor pushing them toward convent because of their poverty, so the girls remain in great danger of their honesty. The reform lastingly damaged the relationship of trust and reciprocity that convent maintained with the urban fabric surrounding them. On the one hand, it slowed down the lucrative hospitality and the economic exchange linked to mendicity. On the other hand, the acceptance of girls was completely turned upside down. Whereas the monastery was an extension of the city, it became more hermetic, and the bishop reserved for himself the right of veto on all decisions. The first effect was the students' scarcity of available space. In the system of supernumerary nuns, girls accepted with the ordinary dowry, so therefore in the number, kept this identity all their lives, just as supernumeraries, those who pay the double dowry, will always be extraordinary. This division maintained the social identity of the monasteries. When the ordinary nuns died, her place was reassigned to a girl who was already been accepted, waiting on a waiting list, even if many other supernumerary girls have been accepted in the meantime. In this way, the families who have been attached to a convent for generations still find a place there. Now some bishops are proposing to move supernumerary girls into ordinary position. This is what happened to Delfina Sinchietti of Noccia, who had been accepted into the convent of Santa Chiara in the number, but who find herself excluded, her place having been taken by an already built supernumerary. The transformation of supernumerary into ordinary nuns normalized the dowry they had to pay. The double dowry of the supernumeraries become an ordinary dowry. The new supernumerary nuns therefore pay the current double dowry, so it's 4 times the dowry before the economic reform. The dowry required to access the few remaining available spots underwent a considerable inflation. The first reaction was to negotiate. Higher dowry were proposed, such as 1,000 fiorini proposed by Vincenzo Salvucci for his daughter Raffaella at the Monastery delle Povere of Perugia, but unsuccessfully. Some fathers were ready to shoulder the cost, offering not only money but also services. As a Tolifac, a layer of Perugia, who offered a dowry of 640 fiorini, greater than the standard 500, to the Monastery of Santa Lucia. In addition, wanted to cover the legal needs of this monastery for free forever. Girls who were old enough to take the veil were the first to experience the consequence of this sudden inflation. Many were forced into marriage, such as Antonio Vieco's daughter, who expected to take the veil at the Annunziata of Foligno for a dowry of 300 fiorini. At the moment when she should enter the convent, the bishop intervened, saying that this girl cannot enter the convent with a dowry of less than 500 ducats. So the poor lady, disappointed by the frank promises, was obliged to marry her. It changed her life. The economic reform also changed the identity of those in charge of service in the convent. The converse nuns were most often those responsible for seeking alms outside the convent. But as mentioned in the anonymous letter of Publio, these converse nuns had become an undesirable presence in the street and were consequently forced to retreat into the cloister. This means that they disappear from city squares, slowing down or causing rupture in the network that they maintain with the outside world. They also suffer from a loss of freedom in sharing the small cloister space with the nuns. They were served more closely. Choir nuns expect from them to respect the rule in the same way that they did, and consequently also to respect enclosure. This change had the collateral effect of a change of mentality. Conversely, will be associated with the convent where their Aquinas counterparts were during the exact same year called into the observance of the closure. Beyond the monastic life, the whole economic and patrimonial organization of family and cities was disrupted, as shown by the struggle between the communal administrator of Fano and their bishop. Here, in 1601, the town denounced first the inflation of dowries and the use of them for immediate need. In 1601, Fano seemed to do a little better than the other city in the inland, probably because there's fish there and there's the sea. The dowry were spent on architectural improvement to the convent to bring them up to the Tridentine standard. For example, the bishop wanted to build a new storeroom in Sant'Arcangelo and use the actual place to make a confessional. The city of Fano also denounced the bishop attempt to reduce the number of nuns by placing supernumerary nuns in ordinary spots. The bishop's interference in the identity of the new recruit and the modality of their acceptance, his interference in the finance of the monastery and the sequestration of their current books, his interference in the choice of the employee of the convent, the prohibition for the nuns to establish contracts themselves with people from outside and to discuss through the grades with the work they had hired. They denounced, in fact, the personal control of the affair of convent by the bishop and what was felt to be an interference of Rome in the local economy. So the economic reform of Clement VIII was a movement of global extent that mobilized a good part of the energy at several levels of the ecclesiastical hierarchy. It is possible to see with only a look to the volume of letters that arrived at the congregation of bishop and regular in the pivotal year of the economic reform, 1600-1601. The request for a license to use only one or more dowry to buy food, basic necessity, or to reimburse creditors who have become impatient are numerous. 110 letters out of 882. That is 12% of the letters received in Rome from the Pontifical States. The request for extraordinary license to send nuns outside the cloister to seek alms, 32 requests, or 4%. It's a total of 16%. In front of the extraordinary diversity of problems submitted to Rome, the proportion reserved to the finance of convents was the largest, showing both the economic slump of the nunneries and the desire for reform and control of the ecclesiastical authority of the time. The economic reform was definitely imposed between 1600 and 1601. These were the years during which the congregation of bishop and regular, assisted by a group of reforming bishops, tried to stop the unsustainable economic habit of the monastery. Acceptance was suspended, supernumerary nuns entering the number, the accounts were reviewed, and the finance of the convent were controlled. This reform will never be perfectly applied, obviously, but its effects are lasting. The inflation of dowry stabilizes over time and does not diminish, so we continue to pay it twice and 40 dollars. And the relationship between the convent and the cities will remain weakened by this inquisitive gaze of the bishop looking over all the money stuff. In conclusion, I would like to raise some considerations suggested by the source I used in Archive of the Congregation of Bishop and Regular. First, the importance of enclosure as the primary Tridentine innovation in women religious life needs to be reconsidered. As Rome's effort to eliminate mendicity demonstrated, the economic reform was a necessary and fundamental prerequisite for the application of the Tridentine enclosure. It was unthinkable to force nuns to respect enclosure as long as they have to rely on sporadic and random aid for food. Without a stable economic situation, the nuns are forced to go out to look for alms, like Sister Geronima and Sister Lucia of Terni, responsible by order of Rome to go seeking for alms for the monastery despite the vow of enclosure. This reform, and this is my second point, was accelerated by both its political and economic context. On the one hand, the pontifical state experienced a serious food crisis during the last decade of the 16th century. Between the flood that ravaged the crops of Perugia countryside, and the snow that invaded the diocese of the Marche, and the continuation of harsh winter, the price of food rose sharply. The land holding of the convent were less profitable, and the nuns had to rely on mendicity. This was also a difficult burden for the population, to whom they are asking money, also weakened by the poor harvest. An economic reform was therefore becoming urgent in order to relieve the population of the fiscal pressure exerted by religious order. On the other hand, political context. Clement VIII, personally took control over its territorial possession and prioritized the progress of the country formation. After the annexation of Ferrara in 1598, Clement VIII undertook a journey to the newly conquered city, crossing its entire territories, like walking all the Via Flaminia and then India. It was a pastoral journey during which he stopped at each diocese to celebrate, listen, and govern. The economic reform of the convent was a project that he carried out in the hope that his state will become an example of the country reformation. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so our third speaker is Angela Carbone, Associate Professor of Modern History at the Department of Education, Psychology, Communication of the University of Bari, Aldo Moro. Her research interest focuses on history of the family, gender history, history of charity and assistance, methodology of historical research, public opinion history. She has a number of publications that includes Esposti orfani nella Puglia dell'Ottocento, Cacucci editore 2000, Vita nei Sassi, famiglia, infanzia e assistenza matera in età moderna, Cacucci editore 2005, and also Travicoli, precipizi, popolazione, società, istituzioni a Matera nel corso del Settecento, sempre di Cacucci editore. I think I will cut some of her publications because they are very many. In her paper, her most recent work, one of her most recent work is called Orphans in the 18th and 19th Century, co-author with Giovanna da Molin and De Pinto, and it's part of a volume that is also entitled Orphans and Abandoned Children in European History, 16th to 20th Century, which is published by Routledge was published by Routledge in 2018. Her paper today is entitled Women Voices, Requests for Separation and Secret Marriages in Some Apulian Dioceses, 1700, 1900 centuries. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, you can speak now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wish with you, but
we can't hear you very well. Is there a way to use the microphone?
Okay, I wish I could be with you for some.
We can't really hear your voice. It's completely distorted. I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Like that, it could be okay. Maybe if you move the microphone or your microphone.
No, before beginning.
No, we can't.
Maybe the headset would work again. That's it.
Maybe the what?
Maybe it would work better if you had a headset.
Maybe you can use the phone connection. I mean, maybe you can plug the phone on the speaker and speak through the phone.
Mm-hmm. Can we do that?
Not with my phone because I act like the Apple. But with the phone of someone else, yeah.
Do you have a charger maybe?
Yes.
Magari poi dopo quello si stacca ragazzi.
No, I don't.
Che ti serve?
Now,
Non so, questo
sì, non so, no? Poi si attacca ragazzi, non so.
excuse me.
Yeah.
And now it's okay?
Yes,
No,
it's okay. And I also Okay, shall we try?
Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
I wish I could be with you all in London today, but c'est la vie. Before beginning, I would like to thank the supervisors of today's conference, Medico Katia Pizzi, for inviting me to present my work. Jane Lewin and Steve Epstein of this session.
Is a little bit difficult. Maybe if you move the distance between your microphone and...
Okay.
Yeah, like that maybe is better.
Okay. Before beginning, I would like to thank the supervisor of today's conference, Sara De Medico and Katia Puzzi, for inviting me to present my work, and Silvia Progetti, chair of this session. So, without further ado, I shall begin. The following research focuses analysis on scientifically between
I'm sorry, but like that we hear you in a kind of disconnected way. So
okay, so I'm sorry if I don't speak like her, and it's first time I'm reading it, so maybe I'm gonna stop on word and things. So the following research, focusing its analysis on southern Italy between the 16th and the 19th century, gives voice to novel and unexpected female protagonists. These voices belong to married women and the one enduring a hidden relationship, opposing condition of conflict while reducing a designed lower role compared to men. These women found the courage to repress a divorce or a way to regulate a clandestine relationship through a secret marriage. Specifically, the study analyzed a certain diocese in Apulia, taking into consideration how academics largely neglected these subjects within this specific territory, especially in rural area. The cause of this negligence are primarily related to the many difficulties posed to a researcher. The scarcity and limitation of available sources, the difficulty to access the ecclesiastical archives, the state of mismanagement associated with the fund, and the inadequateness or absence of inventory. The analysis of the unpublished sources found in the diocesan archives utilized a detailed approach capable of reconstructing single lives. This allowed a more comprehensive understanding of the causes that forced many women out of a marriage and simultaneously detail a view of the time, place, and motives of secret marriage. It is crucial to notice how this research can reconstruct the lives of these women while underlining the role of control and power held by the church over marriage. Concerning the subject of separation, the research took into consideration the source from ecclesiastical court of Bitondo, a crucial center in the territory nearby. This documentation is conserved in the diocesan archives in the matrimonial causes, covering a period between 1568 and 1895. As well documented, the decree issued in the 24th session of the Council of Trent sectioned the holy nature of union and reinforced the principle of indivisibility of marriage couple. Simultaneously, the Council established the institution of separation which allowed, following a rectified order from an ecclesiastical tribunal, the ending of cohabitation without actual dissolution. The common reason canonically valid for separation were adultery, capital 8, even leading to periculum mortis and contagious disease. The examination of trial paper confirming an higher amount of cases in the 17th century if compared to the case examined for the 18th and 19th century revealed a significant feminine proeminence. The study showed that the woman's will to resist the spouse behavior and, most importantly, the physical and psychological suffering by the spouse and his family, beating, verbal abuse, feminicide attempt, food deprivation. These abuses were most often perpetrated by parents, siblings, and even neighbors. These women avenged their honor and honesty by claiming they did not give their husband legitimate cause to commit these acts, expressing a fear of losing their lives if they inhabited the same house. The 20th of July 1586, Franceschina Porticella, gentlewoman di buona e onorata vita, fama e condizioni, born in Molfetta, married to the noble Scolamania Maggiore, went to the Episcopal Tribunal of Bitondo to expose and prove that she had never been loved, amata e trattata come amorevole moglie, was mistreated and constantly under death of threat. This, the source accurately said. Her husband, for instance, tried to kill her, throwing a small table and a knife at her. On that occasion, Franceschina was able to survive, taking shelter at the noble Pietro Paolo di Pa's home. The verbal and physical abuse suffered by these women, from husband leading a low life full of thought, gambling, were often followed by additional harassment like adultery and forced prostitution that demolished the reputation and honor of these women. Franceschina Porticella revealed that her husband, aside from the constant abuse, publicly visited Diamante de Andria, another resident of Bitondo, with whom had an affair con scandalo di tutti. Franceschina also claimed that she was forced to cook dishes for her husband, which he later took to his lover, with whom he had an illegitimate child that Cola Maria accepted as its son, accettato per figlio e fattolo battezzare. Differently, in 1664, Laura Lucivera was sued by her husband Cosimo de Mutis on the charge of having abandoned the marital home. She defended herself by exposing the offense and the harassment suffered. Her husband conducted the life of a vagabond, gambler, squanderer, to an extent that they had to sell their bed a non avere dove dormire con suoi figli. She was regularly beaten, treated, and forced to prostitute herself. Moreover, the man was notoriously affected by malfrancese. To support Laura, her mother, Cornelia, intervened. In her deposition, she confirmed the way that the husband behaved, neglecting to feed his family and breaking his marital duties. A temporary shelter for women, vivere cristianamente senza pericolo dell'anima e del corpo, to lead a dignified life, became the Conservatorio di Santa Maria delle Martiri di Bitondo. It was an institution specifically designed to welcome troubled women. She left the institution after a year in order to look after one of her sons in great condition. Another intriguing case, Giovanna Padula, affected by cancer, grave e orrendo, moved to her brother's house. Also in this instance, it was the husband, Giuseppe Ilderis, that demanding the tribunal that his wife should be brought back home, assuring he would be able to provide the medical assistance required. Giovanna disputed the false affection of her husband, citing that it was he who had forced her out of her home, con tanto suo disonore. The woman also claimed her husband with penniless and unable to pay the cure she needed. His intention was to continue wasting the dowry. Thus, she supplicated the court to not order cohabitation in fear of her own life. Verrebbe ad abbreviarsi più facilmente la sua vita. The ecclesiastic authorities tenaciously pursued forced reconciliation, imposing women to cohabit with their husband and propose a private resolution of controversies. The magistrates of the ecclesiastical court, simultaneously judge and confessor, operated as mediator, pursued the husband to treat their spouse humanly while commanded the wife to obey the husband. Against these constraints, in some cases, many women were openly resistant. The desire to live a separate life from their husband facilitated new ways the church exercised pressure over women. This include threat of public excommunication toward women reluctant to comply with marital duties, an action that usually results in surrender and forced reconciliation. In November 1674, the Episcopal Court of Bitondo established that Isabella Maranducciolo, wife of Domenico della Penna, had to cohabit with her husband. Futile were the attempt on her part to demonstrate that her decision wasn't a whim or unwillingness to respect the law of marriage, but a necessity due to the fear of her husband. who many times treated her with death. However, a month after a month of issuing the sentence, there were still no living together. Don Cesare Piccarelli, parson of the San Giorgio parish, went to Isabella to persuade her to cohabit with her husband, but the woman refused. Nella sua pertinacia e renitenza di non volere andare a coabitare. The priest accused the woman and advocated for excommunication. Isabella was excommunicated, but in the 7th of January in 1675, Isabella went to the court to request an acquittal for the excommunication, declaring ave obbedito e coabita unitamente con detto suo marito. Reputation and honesty strongly upheld by women also through the request to put an end to the situation of concubinage, an unregulated relation through the celebration of a secret marriage or of conscience. These were valid and legitimate union, disciplined in 1741 by Pope Benedetto XIV with the encyclical Satis Vobiscopetum, celebrated with the sole presence of the bishop or, under license, a parish priest, and witness and exempt from the obligation of solemn form of publication in order to guarantee secrecy. This practice involved all social classes and served as a way to relieve the love relationship from the sin and to regulate unacceptable social situations like extramarital pregnancy, concubinage, or union with people of different religion. Concerning this matter, archival research was conducted at the Diocese Historical Archives of Taranto and took into consideration all marriages consecrated in the diocese between 1794 and 1855. The proceedings details the date of their wedding, the name of the celebrant, and name, age, birthplace, paternity, maternity of couple, wedding witness, and in some cases the husband profession. Some proceedings are accompanied by other documents, birth certificate, confirmation, certificate of death of previous spouse, which provide a more distinct understanding of the reason behind this choice. After careful examination of the documentation of Taranto Diocese, it is clear that the practice of secret union was rare in the 18th century, but became more prominent in the first half of the 19th century. Marriage was celebrated at any time of the year, usually in the later hour of the day, and in the house of the celebrant or one of the spouse, in the sacristy in the parish, or in a closed-door church. The celebrant, after hearing the statement of the couple and wedding witnesses, declared di congiungere in santo matrimonio di coscienza the spouse and signed the certificate with the other. In many cases, the choice of the marriage secretiveness was dictated by the strong opposition of the groom mother in regard to the union. She was responsible for the so-called investigation in order to determine and judge the appearance, wealth, social class of the bride, but also her health and doti morali. Therefore, the word spoken by the groom mother was crucial in order to proceed with the wedding. Fascinating is the story of Michele Maffei and Lucia Salamina, both 27 and from the city of Martina Franca. Begging the archpriest and rector of the Collegiata Chiesa di San Martino, con le lacrime agli occhi, they claim all their love was impure, lacking his mother consent, opposing their marriage without motive. To save l'anima tanto cara a Dio, they decided to marry in secret. The archpriest, as established, questioned the two witnesses, a tailor and a bricklayer, both from Martina Franca, confirming they need a couple and declaring the two could marry. The archpriest married Michele and Lucia on the 16th of September 1855, behind closed door inside the chapel Congregazione del Santo Sacramento, within the Cathedral of San Cataldo in Taranto. The analysis of this document underlined the crucial role of witness. Those were people trusted with such delicate matter by the couple and trusting them to keep a secret. Often, a prolonged time of cohabitation, recognized by a community as a proper marital status, result in a secret marriage because of scrupoli di coscienza. An example is the account of Carlo De Franco, 42 years from Augusta in Sicily, and Rosa Samotoli, 30 years from Benevento, who secretly married in Taranto on the 20th March of 1821. The report opens with the sworn statement of the woman who, before the celebrant, the Archbishop Giuseppe Antonio de Fulgure, requested to secretly marry the man with whom she had lived with for almost 10 years. She felt remorse and wanted to be in God's grace, but also to show the community she was not a legitimate spouse like everyone thought. She told the Archbishop that she was the daughter of a countryman, that she was born in Benevento, and that she lived there until she was 17 with her godmother also. She then unwittingly traveled to Barletta, where she met her spouse, a custom officer. The man convinced her to stay with him, promising to remarry her. For their union, 6 children were born, 4 of which survived. After her sworn statement, the groom followed, confirming his will to mettere in grazia del Signore la sua anima, marrying her. The regulation of cohabitation of a long-lasting relationship often occurs if one of the 2 spouses was going to die or both are in peril. Intriguing is the story of the spouse Nicola Gionna, 24 years from San Giorgio, and Francesca Conte, 20 years from born in Pulsano, who secretly married in the Bright Village in the 5th October 1845. She was seriously ill, and the village doctor confirmed that she was affettata da febbre, sintomi minacevoli, cagionati da normale governo igienico dopo parto. From the document and statement analyzed, it is clear that the woman agreed to marry the groom 2 years before the church posted for 3 following Sunday the wedding announcement. The wedding never happened because the bride suddenly moved to San Giorgio with her parents, and there are no records after that. The following reconciliation of the couple, the birth of a child, and her imminent death persuaded her to seal their union in secret. In conclusion, through an examination of the document at the Diocesan Archives of Vitondo and Taranto, it is possible to delineate, even in rural area and with a firm control from the church, a significant impact made by women against marital violence and irregular union. These voices represent fundamental example of the perseverance of these women and their readiness to act both in a domestic context, but also in a communal one. This also shows their willingness to end the fear of the divine judgment. In this context, it is also important to denote the role of this woman family, often fundamental defender and protector. Some statesmen also show how neighborhood was part of the dynamic, becoming a sort of tribunal of public opinion. During the 19th century, the church began to share the control of some marriage union with the state. For instance, the introduction of civil marriage and divorce in the reign of Naples in the first half of the century during Napoleon era lasted for a few years and were abolished in 1815 after the Bourbon returned to the throne. During the decades after the unification of Italy, many attempts to lawfully institute divorce can be found. Unfortunately, these were unsuccessful but gained a lot of notoriety and alliance of many women. The 17th of May 1903, for instance, in the city of Taranto, at the Politeama Paziello, a conference was held in favor of divorce attended by molte belle e elegante signore. The response of ecclesiastical authority, declaring the event scandalous, was quick and decisive. The Archbishop ordered all preachers to free family from the pestilence that is divorce, and to make the blind one understand how family might be gravely affected. The implementation of divorce met a strong social and cultural resistance for the majority of the 20th century, and as it is well known, was only introduced in Italy in the 1st December of 1970, with the law number 898. The many relational conflict in and out of the institution of marriage pose even today grave danger that can degenerate in stalking or feminicide, as noted by an analysis presented at the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, November 25. Women's voice kept rising against their abuser following a threat originated from a remote past, as demonstrated by this research that here detail its first result. and she said thank you.
Okay, we're going to start this session in a slightly chaotic way. Apologies for that. I'm chairing the session. I'm Robert Gordon from Cambridge. I'm going to introduce, I think we're going to try and have 3 papers to hear live and 1 via Skype. Then questions, because that third Skype connection seems to be working well. And the third one, though, will be Helen Muziani. And then the fourth one will kind of possibly improvise. Part of that paper was the showing of a film, it seems, that the speaker has made, perhaps? Maybe it's a film essay, we don't know. In any case, so we might just show that film, because it seems like the Skype connection is not going to work, so we might have to improvise on that. But we should get going with those papers we can have today. So I'm going to welcome Francesca Del Zoppo, who is a second-year PhD candidate at Leeds University, and she's working on a PhD on the publishing and marketing strategies of Mondadori, the publishing house Mondadori, in the second half of the 20th century. And she's going to talk to us today to this title, The Atypical Poetry Translator, Joyce Lussu, and her work for publisher Mondadori in the 1960s. Okay, Francesca.
Thank you. Today, I will focus on Joyce Lussu and her role as a poetry translator for Italy's major publishing house, Mondadori, during the 1960s. After a biographical introduction, I will frame her position within the context of women poetry translators who worked for Mondadori during the same period. Then, I will focus on Lussu, giving special attention to her anthology of translated poetry, Tradurre Poesia, which has all the features of a quaderno di traduzioni, literally notebook of translation, that is a personalized authorial collection of translations made by a poet translator. Indeed, this book is crucial as it has a strong element of authorship. Lussu not only was the most independent among the few women poetry translators who worked for Mondadori, but also an author who carried out a significant personal literary project. The main source of this paper is primary archival research that I carried out in Mondadori's archive between September and December 2019. Née Gioconda Salvadori, Joyce Lussu was born in 1912 in central Italy and raised as bilingual, speaking Italian and English, by her parents who had English and noble origins. They both spoke many languages, and her father was also a translator and professor of philosophy. Joyce Lussu lived mainly abroad from 1924 to 1943. In 1924, she first had to move to Switzerland with her family because her anti-fascist father and brother had been brutally attacked by the squadristi, the fascist paramilitary armed squads. In 1930, she moved to Germany, where she learned German and studied philosophy at the University of Heidelberg. In 1938, after a failed marriage with an Italian landowner and an unsuccessful attempt to start a farm business in Kenya, Joyce Lussu went back to Switzerland and started a relationship with Emilio Lussu. He was one of the founders of the anti-fascist movement Giustizia e Libertà, who first had an important role in the anti-fascist resistance and after the war became one of the most prominent Italian politicians. They had a nomadic life together, living in France and Portugal, where Joyce Lussu learned French and Portuguese and engaging in the anti-fascist struggle. In 1939, she also published her first poetry collection, edited by Benedetto Croce, one of the most influential philosophers and literary critics in Italy. Joyce and Emilio Lussu eventually returned to Italy in 1943 after the arrest of Mussolini to join the Italian resistance. The following year, they got married and Joyce Salvadori officially became Joyce Lussu, taking her second husband's last name. After the war, Joyce Lussu took up writing again, publishing poetry, fiction and non-fiction. She translated poetry and focused her political activism in anti-colonial, feminist and peace movements. She was one of the few women who received the Silver Medal of Military Valor. In this paper, I'm going to add a further element to the few studies that focus on Joyce Lussu by analyzing her poetry translations for Mondadori. But what motivates my research is the broader perspective of the history of translation and the role of women as translators and cultural mediators. And Lussu's case is crucial because she was the only woman poetry translator to become the author of an anthology of translated poetry published by Mondadori, bringing forward a personal idea of poetry, even if she had to publish her book in a marginal series because of its atypical features. Now, before focusing on Lussu, it is necessary to take a step back and outline what was the place of women poetry translators within Mondadori, that was not just one of the leading publishing houses in the Italian context during the 60s, but it hosted and still hosts what can be considered the most prestigious and influential Italian poetry series, Lo Specchio, which included works by Italy's foremost poets, such as Eugenio Montale, Salvatore Quasimodo, and Giuseppe Ungaretti. First, the list of women who translated poetry for Mondadori is very small. During the 60s, 4 women translated 5 poetry books, 4 of which were published in Mondadori's main poetry series, Lo Specchio. These figures do not sound too surprising if we compare them to the presence of women authors within this series. While 10% of the translated poetry books published in Lo Specchio from its start in 1940 until 1969 were translated by women, only 5% of the total poetry books published in the series in the same period were written by women. In fact, women were more likely to succeed as translators rather than authors because, as Luis von Flotho stated, translation was coded as a secondary reproductive activity, and women translators were at times tolerated since their silent, passive, transparent work did not threaten the male establishment. It is also very important to keep in mind that poetry in the 60s was still the most prestigious genre in Italy, and as Mary Eagleton highlighted, women tended to be excluded from the most prestigious genres. If we look instead at literary genres considered less prestigious, we find out that during the same time period, the presence of women translators is far more significant. Indeed, many women worked as consultants and translators for Mondadori's science fiction series, and there were even more women than men on the editorial board of Mondadori's crime fiction series. As it has been suggested, it seems that minor literary genres were perceived as addressed to an equally minor readership, such as women, and therefore women were in charge of the genres insofar as they were seen as better suited readers for what was perceived as para-literature. Now that we have seen how limited was the presence of women in Mondadori's poetry books until the 60s, I will concentrate on the few cases of women poetry translators in order to see if there is any common denominator. The first thing that I want to stress is that except for Joyce Lussu, all women poetry translators did not publish their translations all on their own. Either they translated with a male translator, or their work was edited or prefaced by a male editor. For example, Mariolina Meliador's 1966 translation of poems by the American poet Theodore Roethke was edited and prefaced by a former professor of American literature, Agostino Lombardo. In the same year, Lina Baraldi Dessì translated Oden's The Age of Anxiety, together with the poet Antonio Rinaldi. We find the credits to Rinaldi as the editor of the book on the frontispiece, and the introduction bears the signature of Rinaldi only. The only reference to Baraldi Dessì that we can find in the book, and I am not using the word find by chance, as I really had to look for it, is on the copyright page, namely third leaf, backside, a small footnote at the bottom of the page. The second thing which stands out is that none of these women translators published more than one book of translated poetry during the time frame considered, again, except for Joyce Lussu. Indeed, there are 3 main reasons why Lussu's case is exceptional: the quantity of the books she translated, her agency, and her authorship. First, she was the only one who published 2 books of poetry translation during the 60s. Second, she was the only one who worked on her own, And third, she was the only one who became the actual author of an anthology of translations. Now, I will show you how Lusso ended up becoming the only woman translator to be allowed to present her work for Mondadori without the stamp of a man's authority as a warrant, and even acted as an author-translator by putting together a quaderno di traduzioni. Lusso's journey into poetry translation began when she first met the Turkish communist poet Nazım Hikmet, and she started to translate poetry as a means to express her own political ideology. As she said, Lusso decided to translate only contemporary poets with whom she had in common the love for the word and the revolutionary engagement to change it, in whatever language they expressed it. Indeed, language was not an obstacle for her. Lusso used intermediary translation or intermediary languages to discuss orally her translations with the poets themselves or with other translators. In 1963, 2 years after having translated Hikmet's poems for two small Italian publishers, Lusso translated Hikmet's love poems for Mondadori. This book was published in the prestigious poetry series Lo Specchio because by the end of the 50s, Hikmet's works were already well known in Italy. Then, in 1967, Lusso published a very different book, Tradurre Poesia, an anthology of poetry translation of which she is both the author and the translator. But this shift in authorship came at a price. Indeed, Mondadori's editors accepted to publish it only in a non-prestigious miscellaneous series and not in the main poetry series. This is crucial because, as Pierre Bourdieu highlighted, with the core of the literary field occupied by those who have made their names and operate defensive strategies to perpetuate the status quo, the newcomers who champion a different and innovative idea of literature can only work at the periphery. And by looking at the margins, we can find out how the field of literature is always moving and changing, shaken up by the will of the newcomers to impose their own values and ideas. In this case, Lusso clearly represents the peripheral newcomer who brings something different to the field of poetry. The publishing history of this book started in September 1965 when Lusso sent to Mondadori's chief literary editor, the important Italian poet Vittorio Sereni, the text she wrote about the poets she translated, expanding on her travels, encounters and experiences, together with her poetry translations. Both Sereni and Marco Forti, Lo Specchio's editor, appreciated the book and wanted to publish it. In his readers' reports, Forti seems to be especially interested in the fact that many of the poets that Lusso translated came from the so-called Third World. Because of that, Forti found the book to be likable by the average engaged readership, probably because during the 60s, the Third Worldism, namely the political support to the anti-colonial and revolutionary movements of the Third World, was popular among the Italian left. Even if Forti considered the political character of the book a good selling point, he found it also detrimental to the aesthetical value of the poems. Indeed, in another reader's report, he said that many of these poems lacked literary value, as they were not autonomous poetry texts, but a kind of poetic resistance. Furthermore, Sereni and Forti struggled to find the right series for this book, ending up deciding to publish it outside Mondadori's principal poetry series. In fact, from the point of view of Italian-made publishing agents who worked at the very center of the publishing field, one of whom was also an established poet, Tradurre Poesia was definitely an atypical poetry book. Let me now tell you why. As concerns its structure, Tradurre Poesia is divided into 3 parts, each of which includes a framing narrative element and the poetry translations. The framing narrative elements include autobiographical accounts of Lusso's meeting with the poets she translated, travel writing, and her geopolitical, cultural, and literary considerations. The first and the second parts focus respectively on Hikmet only and on 7 Lusophone poets who came from Angola, Mozambique, Cape Verde, and Portugal, and were engaged in anti-colonial movements or took position against the Salazar dictatorship. The third part includes the remaining contemporary poems that she translated, all consistent with her interest in dissident poetry and originally written in Kurdish, Albanian, Polish, Danish, Inuit, Serbian, and English. The atypical characteristic for a quaderno di traduzioni, and indeed for any poetry collection, translated or not, that had the chance to be taken seriously in Italy at that time, was not the tripartite structure, but the genre hybridity resulting from the narrative framing of the poems. However, what probably Forti and Sereni found unpoetic was not just the narrative form, but its content. Indeed, this anthology intertwined poetry with narrative prose that had an outspoken political thrust and made explicit reference to Lussu lived experience, which makes the books a mixture of literary genres that was very distant from the idea of self-sufficiency of poetry that was widespread in Italy at that time and within Mondadori. On top of it, the author of the anthology was a woman, and the majority of the poets anthologized were very far from the foreign poets who were generally published by Mondadori, namely poets who wrote in Western languages, mainly English, and were part of a central literature. On the contrary, the poets anthologized were part of what at the time were seen as peripheral literatures, according to Franco Moretti and Pascal Casanova's materialistic systemic interpretation of world literature, which relies on the opposition between center and periphery. Tradurre poesia was also far from Forti and Sereni's conception of poetry, which we can very narrowly describe as involving a complexity of thought that entails a linguistic and structural complexity that has to be decodified by an educated reader in order to be understood. On the contrary, Lussu explicitly puts the reader in a position to clearly understand the poems she translates, thanks to her narrative frames, her choice of poems, and her translation strategy. Indeed, she mainly selected dissident and combat poems, designed to be understood by as many people as possible, and translated them with everyday words which even an illiterate farmer would understand, as she clearly said. Because of these unusual features, Tradurre Poesia was published out of the main poetry series, and Joyce Lussu had to accept being forced aside in order to keep her nonconformist ideas. Like all the newcomers in the literary field, she could only express herself in a changing peripheral space, which crucially prevents the field from being static. Although Tradurre Poesia is a very singular book, it seems to have all the features of a very prestigious literary genre, the quaderno di traduzioni. As highlighted by Jacob Blakesley, who first wrote a history of the genre, the quaderni di traduzioni belong to the literary genre of anthologies, but their novelty resides in the particular nature of the anthologist, a poet-translator. These quaderni have 6 primary and defining attributes dealing with authorship, content, and paratextual information, and Lussu's Tradurre Poesia comprehends all of them. Therefore, while Lussu accumulated enough symbolic capital to be the author of a quaderno di traduzioni, she had to publish it in a peripheral series, as it was not aligned with Lo Specchio's idea of poetry because of the features that we have seen. In the end, we can describe Lussu's trajectory within Mondadori as a centrifugal movement in terms of prestige, because she was relegated to a marginal series after having published a translation in Mondadori's main poetry series. This was the price she had to pay to achieve authorship and express an unconventional idea of poetry within the largest publishing house in Italy, as well as to eschew the genre classification labels by mixing poetry with narrative prose. If it were published today, Tradurre Poesia's reception would be probably different though. So, Lussu's case study shows that we can learn about the literary field and the transitory nature of dominant conceptions of literary value, not just by looking at what got published in prestigious series edited by established male authors, but also by atypical works that an atypical woman translator managed to get published in a peripheral book series. Thank you.
Perfectly to time and extremely interesting. So please keep your questions, note it down for when we come to that. We'll move on to our second paper. Have you got a PowerPoint or something? PDF. Okay, our second speaker is Mara Yosi. She's working at the University of Cambridge with me on a PhD on the literature and memory of the Holocaust in Italy, with a particular attention to the Roman roundup of the 16th of October 1943. But today she's going to talk on a related but different theme. Is that working? Yeah, okay. Sorry. So Mara's paper is entitled, as you can see, Si può stampare, No Time for Silence, Silvia Forti Lombroso's Brave New Words. Mara.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you, Sarah, for having me here. So this paper considered a heuristic test by Silvia Lombroso. She was one of the first witnesses of persecution and deportation of Italian Jews. And yet her book has been forgotten until 2019, when the second edition was published. There are no critical studies on this author and on the work. Well, I will start by mentioning some details of her life, which actually are the means through which I will analyze the let's say both the diary as an object and its content from two perspectives, so a public and a private. This paper aims at recovering Silvia Lombroso. She wrote this diary, and I'm quoting, to keep everyone inside and to live in silence, end of quote. But by publishing it, she turned her private memories into shared reflection on injustice and violence. Si può stampare becomes then an act of resistance, a mark of a regained freedom, we might say. With regard to methodology, my work finds its root in Le Journal Diary and on cultural memory studies approach, especially on Marianne Hirsch and Leo Spitzer research project on books as testimonial object. So, yes, Silvia Forti Lombroso was Jewish. She married Ugo Lombroso, the son of one of the most renowned scientists of 19th century Italy, namely Cesare Lombroso. The Lombroso family was Jewish as well. She lived in Italy during the fascist regime and the German occupation. Between October 1938 and January 1945, she wrote a diary, then published by Dalmazia in June 1945, with the title Si può stampare, in only 100 copies. In the very same year, her children, settled in the US from the beginning of 1938, made the diary to be translated and then published by the publishing house Royal Editors, with the title No Time for Silence, the second image on the slide. That was in November 1945. The third image is the second Italian edition I mentioned so far, previously, so the 2019. I think that a brief historical contextualization may be needed. So on the right side, you can read the major phases of discrimination and persecution in Italy during, before and during World War II, while this slide recurs throughout the presentation, so don't worry. And where on the left, there is a portrait of Silvia and her, moving around Italy. And France, actually, before the war started, as you can see. Forti Lombroso was cut up by the racism of the fascist regime. With her husband, she was discriminated and then persecuted in her own country. At the beginning of the racial discrimination, there was what had been defined as persecution of rights. They moved then to Paris, where they remained for almost a year. During the war, they were between Genoa, Turin, Ivrea, and from the end of 1943, so basically when the German occupied Italy and started what have been called instead the persecution of life of Jews, she tried to find refuge in Tuscany, in little villages such as Pubega and Olivello, as well as in Florence. From November 1943, she got false documents to hide because the surname Lombroso was too recognizable as Jewish. They became Mrs. and Mr. Lombardi. A year later, they managed to go to Rome, which was liberated in June. The diary ended in January 1945, as we saw. So, the major points of this presentation can be traced in the preface, as the following slide will show you. Let's start by spending a few words on the structure of this text. Si può stampare has a subtitle, Pagine vissute, 1938-1945, which stresses the idea of first-hand experiences recounted in this text. It is 230 pages long and it is divided in 47 parts. In the preface, she comments the title she chose. It apparently seems as, and I'm quoting, un'affermazione semplice, a simple statement, but it has indeed an intrinsic meaning related to a regained freedom. And I translate the Italian edition since the passage changes in the American edition, as you can see on the PowerPoint. Si può stampare a simple statement. These pages were not written to be published, but today they can be published. They can, and perhaps they have to. As per the American edition, here the quotation. So, no time for silence. It is a strange, perhaps elliptical title, but for us, those words burn out of the page. For a long time, we thought to be heard, or many of us did, and then, later, even a diary kept during the silent years became a small part, in our refusing to be stilled. And this is my first point. Let's try to go to the second. Is that basically she wrote these pages by looking at herself and at what surrounded her, and I'm quoting, "I have been one of the many women who have suffered and survived travel of those long years. To write this book, all I had to do was to look around me and within myself." So from here, the idea of considering her work from a double perspective, that of the individual, reading the intimacy and the privacy with the text, and that of the women, who has an original point of view of the change of women identity in 1938-1945. And lastly, the third point is that she sees her published diary as a means of expression of the nouns addressed to those who did not live through discrimination and persecution. We might say that it has an ultimate addressee, which is the future. And unquote, "It was intended at first for my children. I hope now it will be read by all those who have not been struck down, but who, seeing others fall, have kept silence." End of quote. So, this diaristic text is analyzed from a private perspective as an introspective prism, a moral and a physical self-portrait of Sylvia's change, and from a public perspective as a portrait of Jewish women and of the near past they lived. Okay, I would say so from the public perspective. From the promulgation of the Russian law in 1938, the role of Jewish women within the Italian society changed, the identity changed, and Lombroso reported it by giving example of discrimination, persecution, life in hiding. In her text, she mostly narrates the story of Jewish women. For time constraint, I will analyze 3 examples, which though allows us to consider 3 generations of women hampered by Russian law, and so the persecution of rights, and then by the persecution of life. Lombroso describes them by assuming an archetypical maternal perspective from which women's experiences are told. She seems to empathically embrace them by feeling a strong sense of belonging. In January 1946, an American journalist, Hilda Lake, wrote a brief review of No Times for Silence in the New York Times. Lake thinks that Forchi Lombroso, and I'm quoting, has an uncanny capacity of absorbing grief and devastation, even where they did not touch her personally, and continues by saying that here is an illuminating record of immediate thoughts and feeling of a sensitive woman in wartime. End of quote. So, the first example is from October 1938. Due to the promulgation of the Russian law, the Jewish student, teacher, professor were excluded from any degree of education. Sylvia describes a young girl laying on a bed with dark circles under her eyes and wet cheeks for tears. She directly refers to a slanderous propaganda, which excluded suddenly and brutally the Jews from any kind of education. And I'm quoting, "The first day of school, life beginning again for the word of children, but not for you, my little one." And the American edition stops here. So I will translate Italian for letting you catch the reflection she originally prompts actually. So, it and she's referring to life,
it suddenly and brutally stopped. From now on, you are excluded. Nobody have to know you, approach you, love you, because contact and knowledge would reveal too well this slanderous propaganda. The two following examples are taken from the end of 1943 and the beginning of 1944. So, brief historical contextualization. On 8 September 1943, Marshal Badoglio, who is Mussolini's successor, proclaimed the armistice between Italy and the Allies. On 10 September, the Germans occupied the capital with several divisions already in Italy. They swept throughout the peninsula and occupied basically most of our country in just a few days. From allies, they turned into occupiers. In less than a month, they started to deport the Italian Jews. So, the first example dates back on Christmas 1943. Forti Lombroso writes about one of her nieces who had been captured by the Germans in Como and deported to the north. She thinks to Germany or Poland. In the following quotation, you will recognize a high level of embodiment and sympathy, as if Sylvia were there when her niece was captured. Again, the American edition does not have the passage I'm quoting, which is actually quite important, I would say, so I will translate again. Because Forti Lombroso sees her, and I quote, I see her in the moment of desperate defense, of fearful waiting, and then cut off by a horrible certainty, alone, abandoned, injured, end of quote. And Forti Lombroso also feels her, and I'm quoting again, I feel that she's cold, that she's angry, that tears freeze in her terrified eyes, end of quote. And she hears her, and I'm quoting again, I hear that she invokes her mother in a dark, hopeless agony, end of quote. She says that she was 26, she was engaged, her trousseau was ready, she wanted to love and to be loved. That's what we know. The second example dates back to February 1944. Forti Lombroso narrates of an old Jewish woman she knew who lived in an old apartment in Bologna. The flat was a sort of sanctuary devoted to her dead son. Forti Lombroso says that the old woman hoped to die among all the things that remember her son, but the SS took her away. Forti Lombroso imagines her getting out of the apartment, heading to her son. The Italian edition does not coincide again with the American one. The American only reports, and I start quoting, I can almost see his mother now, slightly stopped, with her snow white hair and the SS troops at her side, end of quote. But the Italian actually gives us again a better portrait, which demonstrates the level of empathy Sylvia had. And I will translate again. She would have looked one last time at the sacred things among which she had hoped to die, and with little uncertain step, she would have gone towards its son, who was waiting for her and called her from beyond a fragile barrier. In Italian, the author uses futuro anteriore, for instance, avrà guardato, which actually gives us the idea of possibility, as if her imagination could bridge the distances between her and the whole woman, and between actually readers and her story. And thus, with these three examples, she provides readers a sort of psychological and sociological portrait of Jewish women by plumbing her own feeling and by paying attention to those who surrounded her. But what about from a private perspective? We read Si può stampare as a diary. According to Le Jeune, for instance, a diary is a therapeutic process of processing events, and in this sense is both intimate and anecdotal. It is not only a text, but also a behavior, he says, a way of life of which the text is merely a trace. But in this specific case, I might say that this diary assumes a stronger meaning in the sense that it turns into a refuge where Forti Lombroso finds herself, above all, after she changed her name into Lombardi in November 1943. Now, for the second part of this presentation, I will quote passages from where Forti Lombroso describes objects and reasons on the relationship that objects have with people. This will corroborate my thesis of the diary as the only object left which embodies Forti Lombroso's identity. So let's go through some examples. On 18 November 1938, she says, only in Italian edition again, chi può negare l'anima alle cose, that can be translated with, who can deny so the things. And on 18 November 1942, she discusses what objects are and their relationship with people. They are supposed to last longer than us, she says, so that people are not prepared to be abandoned by their own things. If this happens, it is because there is an act of violence or force. But in the American edition, this passage appears to be on the 12th of October 1942, apparently, and I'm quoting, things live longer than people. They are less fragile. You expect to take leave of them one day, but never expect them to abandon you. It takes an act of violence to tear them away from you. Well, violence has come. End of quote. She believes that part of us remains in the object we have, and unquote, because when you die, something of you remain among your things, and you will still live among the living. The break is not complete. You do not exist here anymore, but there, in that drawer, are some notebooks written by you. There's your pen on the desk. Those letters are yours. So you're not dead. You are away. End of quote. And she explicitly talks about her diary on 10 October 1943 by saying that the diary will be the only thing she will carry with her. And I'm quoting, I have hidden my diary, but I don't want to destroy it. I have had to live here too many things already, which are dear to me. These pages will go with me. End of quote. So on 20 November 1943 again, she shows that she obtained, as we saw, she obtained the false documents, right? So she became Lombardi, and she says, every single thing which carries our true name must be destroyed. The moment has come when we must take leave of everything that speaks about the past. End of quote. But we know that she kept the diary, which is the only object which secretly keeps her real identity. On 3rd December 1943, she continues by admitting that she is still alive, but she does not exist anymore. And I'm quoting, I'm alive, and yet, in a sense, I'm dead. I'm not myself. The real I no longer exists. I possess nothing, not even any tokens or keepsake. The few that did survive the bombings and fire, I have either destroyed or buried. End of quote. It is quite interesting considering the use of the Italian word memorie, which is here used with the meaning of things, so the token and the keepsake. But at the same time, memorie also refers to things that represent the past, or better, that represent the memory of your past. And it is through this correlation between past and things that Forti Lombroso prompts a powerful and original reflection on the Jewish discrimination and persecution. She had been deprived of her future, of her presence since the persecution, but now she says that she lost also her past. That day, and she refers to the fascists and the Nazi, took away her past too. And unquote, our past, it seemed them the one thing they would never be able to take from us. And now they have torn even that away. End of quote. Now, from the passages I quoted so far, I want to demonstrate that the diary mediates the relationship with her previous self, above all when she changes her name. When Forti Lombroso becomes Mrs. Lombardi, the diary turned into the only object which connected her to her past and to her memory, namely to her previous self. It transformed into the embodiment of her previous and real identity. From a private perspective, the diary became a tool for her identity to survive, but, and I'm reaching my conclusion, what does this text become from a public perspective? By being published, this diary turns into a testimonial object, as defined by Marianne Hirsch and Leo Spitzer. It is a bequest of personal possession. It physically represents a means by which her memory have been passed down over the years. Si può stampare can be included in the genre of Dawi. It is spontaneous and unprocessed text written day by day with no organizing principle for sure. But today we have stressed one of the many perspectives these texts offer. It is true that here the women condition between 1938 and 1945 stands out from the combination of personal thoughts, emotions, feeling, and regrets. But with publication, the text turned into a sort of manifesto where Forti Lombroso's recount of facts becomes representative of fear, hopelessness, and despair of women who were silenced and segregated. It turns into a material and testimonial object of the war and against the war. This diary keeps Forti Lombroso's memory and identity, so we might say her past and her present, and at the same time, it provides a glance towards the future to denounce what happened. So she says, bisogna parlare, non tacere, la verità non va taciuta. We have to talk, we cannot keep silence, truth cannot be kept silence. Thank you.
Another fascinating paper, and again, please think of your questions and comments, and we'll come back to them. We're going to try number 3. Okay, let's see how we're going to do this. So we're going to try and connect via Skype to Elena Musiani, right? Okay, so while Mara is trying to make the connection, I can do the introduction, which is to say that Elena Musiani is a research assistant at the Department of Education.
Ciao Elena.
Hi.
Now
Hello.
Professor Gordon will introduce you, then you will.
Afternoon. Hi. Hello. So I'm going to introduce you. I don't know where I'm talking, but and then I'll let you start in one moment. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, thanks. So yes, I was just saying, Elena then is research assistant at the Department of Education at Bologna, assistant professor in the joint European Master in Women's and Gender Studies, also in Bologna, and she also has a research association with the Université de Paris West at Nanterre, La Défense, and her principal research interests are in the social and urban history of the 19th century, as well as women's history in the 19th and 20th centuries. So Elena's paper today is under the title Germaine Berton, A Life of Rebellion Against the French Victors of the First World War. So I'll hand over to you. Thanks, 20 minutes. Thank you.
And you could hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Perfect. Thin, short hair, light child in plain grey dress with light color. And the garçonnière job.
Hold on. I think we're going to have to hold on. We can't quite hear you very well. I'm not sure what we can do. Okay, maybe we'll turn it off and come back to you.
Can you ask her to just
Yeah.
Oh yeah, maybe. Have you got headphones at all?
Yeah. Just a moment there.
Yeah, I think you're right. That would be better. Usually. Very nice. Design options. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, maybe that's better. Okay, do you want to try again and let's see if that works?
I try. Thin, short hair, rather childlike, in a pale grey dress. It's okay?
Yeah, I think it's better. Yeah, right. Yeah.
With a white collar and a garçonnière garb. She looks like a plug-in in rebellion against her school. She speaks with a calm, sweet voice, slightly melodic, which contrasts with the animated expressions, her long, thin-faced, sharp-featured, bright pronounced tones. This is a description of Germaine Berton in the magazine Mère Nouvelle, published on the 19th December 1923, on the eve of her trial at the Court of Assizes in Paris. She was charged with big Marius Plot, secretary of the extreme right-wing party, L'Axe en Française. Germaine was born on the 7th of June 1902 in Toulouse, middle-class family. Her father owned a small mechanical engineering business, and her mother was a teacher. Germaine therefore grew up on the elite of Paris working class and received a good elementary education. Germaine loved going to school, and she herself thought of having learned by heart the chapter of history text on the French Revolution. She continued her studies at the First High School in Tours, where the family moved in 1920. Germaine immediately proved to be an extremely lively girl with a curious age. She greatly admired her father, who was a Freemason and supporter of Jaurès and his political radical ideas. It is no surprise that, read in her autobiography, written for the American newspaper, the New York World, entitled Histoire de mon printemps, that Germaine described herself as a garçon marqué, a tomboy. At a young age, she preferred to escape from birth to go run and shout with her male playmates. Germaine cherished education, and she completed her studying at home and reading books that she found on the shelves of her family's library, Lucé, Hugo, Stendhal, Zola, and Anatole France, as well as her father's book on the Masonry. The first major event in Germaine's life was the death of their father, whom she dearly loved. In 1919, she was forced to abandon her vocation to find work. Above all, she had faked her mother, who she had never admired, and according to her memoir, never had eaten. After completing her education, she first worked in a stamp factory and then for an American company, starting what the quote of a science path described as the activities of a determined, ardent, and turbulent militant. In order to get away from provincial France, in 1920, she moved to Paris, where she continued to read happily all the contemporary classics. In 1921, after returning to Tours, she found work with the railways as a letter painter on train coaches. This was an opportunity for her to work in a unionized environment and experience firsthand the social issues triggered by the great strikes of 1919 and 1920. Fired for helping organize a strike, she finally embarked on her career as political activist. She made her first political moves in the Union des Syndicats d'Entente-Loire, which she joined and where she met ardent revolutionary militants and at the same time formed ties with political anarchists. Germaine's militancy was therefore focused primarily to her connections with working class, environment, and movement. Before becoming a Communist Party activist, joining the party in June 1921, she became acquainted with the world of anarcho-syndicalism, with which she shared a very firm ideal of anti-militarism. Germaine struggled first and foremost one against the French military factories. This very proud feeling most likely aroused all of her experience, although she was very young at the time, of the dramatic years of the First World War. Her anti-militarism feelings were apparent even in the article the Young German wrote, and with exceptionally strong prose criticized militarism in France. However, her political stance was not that without the Communist Party line. And in fact, he was drawn to the ideas of revolutionary syndicalism and to the libertarian environment of capital. In November 1921, she returned to Paris, but she became involved with libertarian anarchists who had ties to the libertaire in Spain. She wrote, participated at demonstration, and was eventually arrested
but then released prison. But the woman who escaped, who get out from prison in April 1922, had changed. Young, but very deeply influenced by her life experience, and with a character forever in revolt against the normality of the bourgeois society, of which she was profound critic, and in revolt against the major political party. It was against this background that she made certain individual choice and a planned action that would lead her ultimate extinct act. On the morning of the 22nd of January 1923, Germaine set out to kill the chief of the Action Française. To do so, she went to the church of Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois, where every year on that street, the universal mass of the dead Louis VII fled. However, she was unable to carry out her mission and then decided to make her way to the offices of Action Française. Here, she saw at the plateau number 2 of the French extreme right-wing party. She pulled out her pistol and killed him. Her decision was yet again politic, in line with the profound anti-militarism that had characterized Germany since the end of the First World War. More specifically, in the 1920s, she pondered the consequences that French occupational rule in Germany would have. Germaine saw in Daudet the person responsible for the growth of French military and leader of a movement that would weaken, divide, and compromise France for the traitors affair. Her decision to kill Plateau was therefore improvised, but she never regretted it. During the trial, she herself declared that she had felt just a moment's motion as a sort of killing a man, but it would last for a moment. After killing Plateau, Germaine was sent to the women's prison in Saint-Lazare, whilst awaiting her trial, which began on the 18th December 1923. The trial was, in the first place, critical. However, a reading of the trial record pushed the order from a genre point of view. For example, the Petit Parisien report took surprise at how a trial could involve a young woman and not be about a crime of passion, female passion, but rather a petty crime. In fact, throughout the trial, it was clear that Germaine would condemn crime for being a woman, and a woman out of the ordinary. Germaine was not adaptable to masculine, as had happened to numerous feminists at the start of the century, because her femininity stood out. She cultivated this to the point of assuming a provocative attitude, a challenging attitude towards that society she despised, and that wanted to judge her for being a woman rather than for her actions. Germaine therefore rejected her lawyer's advice to hide behind a mask, tone down her inopportunity, which in reality consisted solely in wearing her hair short like a Gaston and wearing makeup. It was Germaine's attitude that was on trial, her life choice imforceful, her physiognomic feature, which, according to the prosecution, were to be blamed for the errors of her ways. La Vierge Noire, the Black Virgin, attempted to make herself look younger for the trial, to look like a girl commanding l'Action Française. In an article that opened with the question, is this a woman? And continued with the description of a woman criminal. The description was a sort and exact methodological portrait of a criminal that could have appeared in a handbook of Cesare Lombroso, with its description of all the physical and physiognomic traits that one would expect to find in an assassin. However, there was the added disturbing factor of the assassin being a woman. And female criminals appear more disturbing because they are rare. This That was beautiful. The prosecution did not hesitate, presenting all the typical characteristics of and charge made against convicted criminals. She was not married, she had had an abortion, and therefore did meet social standards still expected of women. From the police searches and questioning, records of which were held in the prosecution files, came no lack of evidence that she was dirty, lazy, a thief, and often used to sleep with different men. The abortion was the most atrocious crime, one typical of war criminal. The press tried to remove any political justification from Germaine Berthoud's crime, and highlighted only as those aspects seen to derive from her activity. They wanted to have us believe that Germaine Berthoud was a Charlotte Corday with a red hair. No, she is not even an anarchist of the heroic kind fact. The only extenuating fact that the press perceived were that she had had an unhappy childhood and had not been treated earlier for her mental illness. A crazy woman, therefore, and an hysterical one. However, even the press, which could have defended Germaine, ultimately appeared to fall into those same stereotypes typical of anti-feminism. Therefore, the feminine qualities of Germaine were accentuated, were those of a perfectly clean, straight out of Coette's novel. The green ribbon in her hair, the strange and very plain face of a girl just past adolescence, alone following the death of her father and having a conflictual relationship with her mother. The same Sabrina, journalist and feminist, a woman who had made much of her independence to work, did not do justice to her man when describing her as a young woman who never felt loved by her father, a sort of Charlotte Corday without prestige. However, none of these did justice to the young woman. Despite being self-taught, she had in fact made politics an important part of her life, developed a great awareness of doubt, and, during the trial, never attempted to deny her action. Germaine Berthoud was certainly a complex, a syndicalist and leader, certainly an anarchist, but not a feminist. She was steadfast and decided, for example, in line with the anarchist feminist thinking in her condemning the rights to women. Germaine modernity, her personality on the fringe, in the periphery, lies in her open political choice to act in an extreme context. Besides, it was not by chance that it was chosen by the French surrealist as an iconic figure on the cover of the first issues of the Révolution surréaliste magazine. Her entire life could therefore be described as an extreme choice, a critique of bourgeois society, but certainly not an act of malice. Germaine has the foresight to understand the threat facing Europe as it came out of the First World War, and the awareness to denounce the militaristic drift of France. I wanted to kill him, but to prevent him from spreading fascism in France, she writes. At the end of the trial, which concluded with her acquittal and which appeared to be an exchange for the acquittal of Germaine, Germaine organized a series of conferences on dangers of the rise of extreme right-wing ideas. Her later years, however, were characterized by grouping nihilism, a sort of pessimism towards social political actions, considering socialists as bourgeois and moderate, but also towards the communists. Although she maintained a certain anarchic vein, ultimately that in her a mistrust in the idea that collective action could achieve anything. This was, in a way, the end of her illusions, and led to her writing, "There is no revolutionary action that can be carried out by the French masses." Germaine's The Story of a Life lived on the fringe of society, a a society that she was, however, capable of interpreting in all its political and social contradictions. A fragile person, but that is animated at the same time by a sense spirit that led her to write in her autobiography, I had only strong positives. I know no fear, and I could not fear death. More than once during her life, she attempted suicide. It was only during the night of the 4th of July 1940, at the age of 42, that after taking a lethal dose of Veronal, she was able to carry out her most extreme act and end her life.